So ein Mist! Oh my God!
What's wrong with you?
Oh, I get it. I get jokes.
No, I don't want that.
Okay, whew. Sorry. I I went live, and then I was like, oh no, I didn't grab my slippers. Oh no, I need something to drink so my throat does not get parched. Let's see. Does Switch Game Cap still? Oh yes, it does, but it is fucked right up. Okay. Whew. I believe we can make a game louder. Because it definitely isn't loud enough for me, which means it ain't going to be loud enough for you guys. Wait a minute, was there shit that I missed? I'm pretty sure I, like, 100%ed the game. What are those extra emblems? Well, whatever, I suppose. Ugh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, don't tell me I can't, like... I can't... Well... I can't play on it. You can't make another file? Are you fucking kidding me? You have to add another user? Is that a fucking joke? Well, whatever. Boop. Bye-bye. Hitori de. Onegaishimasu. Oh my god, I need to make that, not English. Thank you. I don't want to hear the fucking Nintendo Direct voiceover guy every time I, like, pass a flower in this game. But that also means I'm on the snide to beat this again. I cannot believe you cannot have more than one fucking... I really don't like his anime voice that he does. The fucking the PNG that I'm using makes this so good. Hidoi desu yo ne. But yeah, I already, like, beat this game. I thought I 100%ed it. But I guess there was, like, some shit that I missed. I probably should have checked that before I deleted the fucking data. Oops! Oh, my wife. Oh my god. Now, if I remember correctly, you can just skip that. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Let's go grab it. Why not? Oh, can you not? You can't go through that. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. They, like, appear again. That's fine. Oh, yeah, you get the second one from beating the course. See, I'm overthinking it because I'm pretty sure I got, like, most, if not all, of the Wonder Seeds in this game. Again, I fucking accidentally... I deleted my save data to start a new game. I have no way of proving it anymore. Oh! Since you seem to love Mario games, you ever think of playing Super Mario Mon on stream? I'm gonna be real, I have no idea what that is. Is that like some like fan thing or something? Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. Shit, now I lost my live stream page. There it is. Double the lawsuit. For double the adventure. Yeah, this is the one where they fucking dance and shit. I see, I've already beat this game. But I don't know why. I was kind of compelled to visit it again with all the Nintendo shit going on. I really did enjoy the game, when it came out. Although, I will say I am absolutely more of a, I'm way more of a 3D Mario guy, than a 2D Mario guy. That's kind of why I'm kind of slightly baffled by this game, is because there's a lot I like about it. Like, I don't think there's been a solid 2D Mario game in, like, literal decades. I want to get up there. You can literally get up there somehow. Or not. Or if it's just a distraction or something. Ooh. But it's been long enough to where I don't remember everything. Okay, I got all of them. I could have swore they, like, drop at some point. I guess not in, like, the first level. But there are some pretty hard stages in this. In, like, the, in, like, the secret area. Ooh. But yeah, I was kind of just thinking about how this game kind of was really cool, and it just kind of came and went. And I swear I streamed this, but it was probably on, I used to stream to a private Discord, only. Oh, this one is the one with the running. I have to turn into wife mode. You know, that was probably really stupid of me, all things considered. There we go. Die! Oh, I bet you any money. Oh, you never seen Mario Wonder? Really? Dude, this is like the first 2D Mario game in like over 10 years and you didn't know? Oh, that's really sad. This is like a big deal. I don't blame you though. It kind of did just come and go. Oh, man, I'm going to be chasing him, aren't I? There we go. Die! You're not just a Switch guy, you love the Steam Deck. I'm going to be real, I don't have a use case for a Steam Deck. People seem to want to champion the Steam Deck, and I'm not like saying it's a bad device or anything. I just don't have literally any use case for it. Like, I don't see the appeal. If I'm going to be playing Steam games, I'm going to play it on my computer. And if I want to take something on the go, I mean, like, I mean, I guess I just don't really take games on the go anymore. Unfortunately, because I'm a 30-year-old man, and if I'm going somewhere, or if I'm traveling, I'm driving. So I can't play a video game. Although I will be doing some events this summer, it sounds like. No! Oh, well. But yeah, nothing against the Steam Deck. There's just really not any I don't really have a use case for it, and it just, to me, it kind of just, I mean, like, I already have to have a, like, I already have to have a solid computer for, like, life reason shit as it is. Oh god. Oh god. This isn't the one I was thinking it was gonna be. Oh shit, we're timed. Oh, the stars give you more time. Okay, that's cool. I forgot there's a timer. Oh, fuck! Oh, you fucker. But that's like the whole thing, is it's like a portable, like, LAN party-esque gaming PC. The use case I see it for is if you don't want to spend a ton of money building a gaming PC, but you want a gaming PC, or, like, if you want to take a PC on the go. Ew. I personally, I'm gonna be real, I would not fuck with one of those. I wouldn't give money to a company doing one of those. Like, even if it is cheap. Well, it ain't gonna be cheap anymore, actually. With 134% tariff on... Well, I don't know if you're from America, so maybe it would just still be cheap for you. But I also just I mean, I just really don't, like, in the same way you kind of compartmentalize your PC with, like, gaming versus drawing, I just don't play that many games on Steam anymore. Like, there really isn't much that comes out on PC. Like, I've had a wish list, and, like, of the games that I actually give a shit about that I want from it, I think maybe one has come out, and it was Dream Barbecue. Oh, Space Marine 2 is on sale. Huh. Still $40 though. Ah, that's kind of expensive for, like, a game I don't... I mean, I like the first one, but the problem is the first one's made by a completely different company. I have no idea if number 2 is going to be any good. People love it, but, like, you know, there's a lot of things people say are good that I end up fucking hating. Honestly, man, if you're just going with, like, emulators or, like, ROM carts, just buy a fucking, like, whatever handheld. My dad's gonna hit me with the sissy hypno gas. Spoiler, that does happen. That was not a joke. I really don't like Prince Florian's anime voiceover voice. Nintendo Treehouse makes me very sad. Their translations are very bad. And I've gone on record to say that before. You just get, like, the regular console and put whatever the fuck you want on it. Like, I mean, here's the thing. I have always viewed shit like analog or, like, a Chinese handheld thing as, like, putting the cart before the horse to me. But I don't play games in that way. I want to, when I play a video game, I want to play the fucking video game on the thing it came out on, and that's it. Like, I don't need 9 million different, like, it's the same thing with people's Steam libraries. I don't need 9 million different options for what games I want to play. I mean, having a variety is nice, yeah, but, like, and I can get wanting a cheap piece of shit, because then people would, I don't know, I feel like someone would pick it up anyway. Like, there's plenty of dumb motherfuckers out there who go, oh man, a video game. I'm gonna take it and sell it at the pawn shop so I can buy some weed. Like, I mean, you know, Rad, we were watching the Nick Robinson video with the stolen Game Boy. I feel like the type of person that would steal something isn't going to be smart enough to be able to discern quality of a thing. Because it's of no consequence to them. Oh, I forgot badges. Oh, jeez. Man, I really forgot this. But yeah, man, I don't care about shit like analog or like emulation. Like, I'm very, I don't want to say like close-minded, but like, I feel like emulation is like a fetish for people. Like, you don't do it because you like playing video games. You do it because you like fucking around with a computer. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Like, I've never, ever, like, I don't know if I feel like I am kind of a little rough on things as a kid. Or was. But I've never, ever irreparably destroyed something. Until I got a phone. Because phones are made of fucking glass and they're designed to break. So that you can, so that you buy another one. It's a scam. But like, especially Nintendo used to, I mean, there's the whole thing about the Game Boy from like the fucking Gulf War. Like, Nintendo does, or at least used to, have a history of having products that would survive stress tests. An Elite controller for my PC. Oh, that sucks. One of the Xbox ones. I'm gonna be real, I could see that happening. I wonder if you move... Oh, I was going to say, do you move slower as the elephant? We'll have to turn off BBW mode. BBW mode 2025. Also, I'm going to be real since I brought that up, because I can't fucking help myself. It fucking bothers me that they don't have hair. It really bothers me. Yeah, the DualShock 3 was not great. Let's see, what else we got? We got adjust the controls. Oh, you can't ground pound on the thing. I forgot you can like interact with the environment and stuff. Ooh, hey. Oh, yo. Oh. Forgot about this. God, Captain Toad. They try to push this character so hard. I have his game. It's very whatever. Oh, don't speak to me in English. Please. Alright, whatever. But yeah, I'm not above, like, you know, like, EverDrives and stuff like that. Oh, but I just... Oh my god. Yeah, that's a real fucking bad habit that I have now, too. Because YouTube has, like, a 2 times speed thing that you can do. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, we will accept no such thing. Not on the easy fucking baby level. Oh. See, the thing is, you get, like... Oh, no, what the fuck? Why? Yeah. I know people are, like, nostalgic for, like, the Wii U era now that the Switch kind of just is, like, soulless. But Captain Toad, I'm almost positive, was, like, a creation of that era. That just kind of did nothing and said nothing. I mean, he was in Mario Galaxy. He was like a side character. And then he had like the levels in those games, I believe. Yeah, I think I'm correct. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is that I feel like this is the first 2D Mario game to have some kind of, like, personality. In a long time. Like, New Super Mario Bros. Was cool in 2004, and then it, stopped being cool in, like, 2008 when the Wii one came out, and I was like, oh, okay. That's good. I think I've seen enough of this type of Mario. Let's make something new. No. Now Mario is bound to a style guide because he is a brand and not a video game character. Oh, fuck. Hell yeah! Ooh. BBW mode. No, I don't want to grab it. That being said, I do want to go back, and I have 5 Nintendo Wiis for some fucking reason. I would really like to go back and give... I forgot with the hat, you can infinitely climb. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. BBW mode 2025. I'm gonna keep saying that. I'm surprised I resisted the urge to draw these. This was kind of like a whole thing for a hot minute. I guarantee you this started like the pachyderm threads on Trash. Like 100. 100%. Yeah, that's true. That was the coin butt plug. Oh, you don't need to be fucking elephant to do that, huh? Oh! Mid-air collision at 35 miles an hour. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but oh boy. You know, it literally happened to me in the same fucking area. Alright, let's go. Man, you know, I used to be a lot more sensitive about, like, every joke being a sex joke. Because, like, that's just what, like, every fucking modern ENVTuber is just, like, annoying, unfunny sex joke because you don't have a personality. I need to be better about that. Fuck. Ha! I understood what he said. He said Nani Kore because he's in close proximity to the Wonder Seed. And not me, who is farther away from it, the subject of the video game. No. Oh, I should have been... Sorry, I should have been collecting those coins. I wasn't exuding my pro gamer aura. I swear there's one where you have to skip it. Like, to get a different secret. God damn it. But yeah, this game was a lot of fun. I mean, it still is fun. Clearly. I forgot, was this the game where it, like, decides to fucking... Oh, shut up. Okay, I don't think this is the one where, like... Like, if you don't full flag it, it, like, kind of... looks at you disapprovingly. You don't fucking full frontal it. Okay, we got options. Oh, I guess I forgot you're supposed to... you're supposed to buy one here. Oh, what is this one? Earn coins for defeating enemy. Oh, the fucking standees. How could I forget? Do we even really need a Wonder Seed? I feel like we don't. Is it even gonna be me? It is gonna be me. I forgot. It gives them to you randomly. Thank you, gotcha. Cool. I don't really need any... Like... God, there are so many fucking characters in this game. Like, holy shit, there is so many. Also, this is a good way to spoil... what the upgrades are if you've never played this. I'm trying to roll to see if we can be problematic. I think the game is gonna reject our disingenuous assertion. What the fuck? It gave me the... Wait a minute. It just gave me one I already had. Alright, what are my Oh, boost badge. Okay, so one is basic. Okay, alright. I thought you could have more than one on, like, Oh, I turned off Wi-Fi? I think I might have turned this off to do some of the harder stages. Does that make this a gacha game? No, because you buy it once and you get the whole game. Alright, let's turn online again. Online real quick. I'm pretty sure I still have Switch Online. Oh, I don't like how that felt. There's some trodes. Some trodes and a Malio. Let's do the Stampede one. No. You know, I was kind of like, sometimes when I like kind of run out of when I'm in like the car or something and I really don't have anything to do other than ooh. And I don't really have anything to do other than, like, talk to myself, I'll kind of, like, just, like, start talking about, like, ideas for, like, scripts for videos and whatnot. It's kind of just like a... Just like a fun thing I do. Oh, no. How the fuck am I getting in there? I don't do that one. I used to do the... On the standardized tests, I did used to do the, people say Guitar Hero, but for me, it was like a fucking, it was like a Wipeout, like American Gladiator sort of thing, where, if, oh, fuck. Why the fuck? Okay, how do you do this? Oh, yeah, duh. Oh, I really gotta go back now. No! Oh, I forgot. I can infinitely scale the fucking wall. But, It was like a game where, like, a guy would be jumping on, like, pegs or whatever. And if he, like, fell a certain length too far without jumping from the same peg or hitting, like, a connecting peg, he would die. So, like, if he starts on, like, peg B... Oh, shit. Hang on. Afford me a second. Oh. He would basically have to fall to either A, B, or C. And if it kept being D, he would basically just, or like any number of that. Basically, he could jump to adjacent ones. But if he got to one side, he basically just couldn't. I guess that like he wouldn't be able to like save himself essentially. Who is they? Who's wearing a yoga pants? What, like Daisy and Peach? Really? Oh, the dinosaurs? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are kind of wearing, like... They're kind of wearing, like, running pants. But, anyways, back to my original story. I was kind of scripting some shit in a, in the car. And I was thinking about gacha games. Because the next to ARTLAB, not the, Okay. Oh boy, this one. Oh, there's a couple of these and I hate them. They're very annoying. Yep, there's a coin that I didn't get. Amazing. This level you gotta do twice. I think that's why I was annoyed by it. But maybe we could go back and get that. Let's see. Oh, that's right. You also don't get the fucking exit. Oh, here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on, bitch. Let's go. Is that all of them? Yay. Although I may have fucked myself by coming down here. I don't think so, though. I think you can go back up. Yeah, they made it so where you can jump back up. I appreciate that. That's one detail that did come over from like older Mario games is the red flag for the secret exit. But that means we gotta do that whole level again to get the regular ending. I don't wanna do it. I wanna do it. No. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna make it happen. I'm just gonna run through it. Ooh. Okay, yeah, you can... Oh, nope. Damn it. I was figuring out a button. I'm thinking, like, man, the R button is so awkward to do. And then I remembered you can do the trigger. We can do better. No. That's what they wanted. Thank you.
It's just like one of my Japanese animes.
Oh, I hope I didn't cuck myself out of a secret by doing that. I just kind of realized that maybe I did. Because that's probably the thing they want you to do. Or they think you will do. Let's see. Nope. Oh my god! Stop! Oh, there's got to be a way up there. Fucking Mega Man X goddamn wall kicking. Let's go. Yeah, I know. I've been trying to avoid it, but this one is absolutely clearly, like, very clearly, like, designed around mine. I'm aware of this. I have been trying to not say anything other than making little jokes here and there. And it's going to get worse. I do kind of like the mingle player. I think it's fun. I don't mind people's, like, it's fun to see other people's ghosts in the level, too. Just kind of, like, doing the same shit, and then you can sometimes exit the level together. Like, I think this is exactly what I would have enjoyed from, like, online Mario Bros. Okay, I'll let the song be the song. I wonder what the next old Mario game I should play is. I've played most of my favorites. I played Sunshine. I guess 64 is the only one I haven't done on stream of, like, the Mario games I grew up with. I kind of missed out on like the original 4. I didn't, for the longest time growing up, this is going to sound really silly. I didn't know what a Super Nintendo was. I knew there was some in-between console, but I didn't know it existed for quite a long time. Because I didn't have a lot of friends that play, well, friends, period, but also people I knew that played video games growing up. shit. That little time lost almost cost me. Because he rubber bands on you like a motherfucker. I didn't even, I'm gonna be real, I was not paying attention to Wiggler during that interaction. I was thinking more about, like, how in the last level there's these, like, fucking inflated hippos that roll. And how, like, I wonder if it would be faster if, like, the elephant power-up could do that as a joke. Haha, as a joke.
It's just like one of my Japanese animes.
I'm gonna be real, the fucking hat is literally the best one. They literally give you the best one right in the beginning of the game. Before they use it for evil purposes like posting to Pornhub.com. Before they start renting it out to film JAVs. Oh god, I forgot. There's shit here too. Man, this level's really big! They made this one really, really big. I guess let's finish up. I mean, we don't really even need to do these. Like, we have enough. We could literally just go to the boss. Let's see. Well, we could go down here. We could go north. Ooh. We want to do that one for the beige. Oh, fuck. I forgot about this one. Okay, we're going to do the badge, and then we'll do that one. Wall climb, jump 1. Against the wall, press B to... So it's Mega Man X. I want it! Asahi. Arigato, Asahi. I wonder if that's actually a Japanese person. Or if it's someone trying to say ass in Japanese, which, I'm gonna be real, I've seen better attempts. You know, wait, how the fuck did he do it? Homu. Or Polmu. It's hard to see the little fucking circle. It's so tiny. It's tiny.
Me either. Just a bad habit, I guess.
No. We're literally already wearing the best badge in the game. There is absolutely no reason to use any other badge at this time. See, that could be us. We could be problematic as a joke. Fuck, how do you do that? I forgot how to do it. I actually forgot how to do it. I forgot the button to set flags. Oh, jeez, yeah. We're gonna be resetting this one a lot, I think. Do it! Yep, that's exactly why. Yeah, that's one thing I will say, and I appreciate as a person who's played a lot of Mario, is that the hard levels are just, like, legitimately hard. Oh, fuck, I missed it. I'm probably gonna burn all my lives on this one, because this one is like just sheer muscle memory. BBW mode 2025. Let's go. No, I missed it! Fuck. But the hard levels in this are actually pretty rewarding. No! Damn it. See, I did good until I fucking... Until I got to a part where it was too much to react to. Fuck. God damn it, if you... you have to press B, like, right at that part. God! Oh my god. Those stupid snails, they kill your momentum when you bounce. It's so frustrating that I am not good at the video game. Fuck. Whatever. Oh my god, I can't believe I made that. I don't even know what... That's what it was. For the fucking... Ooh! Okay, so you had to keep that... Oh, if I was Elephant Peach, I could have fucking got the secret exit. Because I didn't have the Elephant Peach, Mr. Mushroomman. Mr. Flowerman. Because I got fucked. Which means I gotta go back and get an elephant and do it again. Although this time I don't have to worry about, the coins and shit. Alright, where's an easy one where we can get an elephant? Here we go. It would be nice if you could just buy power-ups. Although that would be kind of bullshit, actually. I take that back. I take it back. Oh yeah, fuck. I'm so used to not being able to play as Daisy in these games. Jesus Christ. Oh, I didn't get to test my theory if that was a secret. You know, I've mentioned that I wanted to do my next doujin as an actual doujin and not like a one-shot for a manga that's never coming out probably ever because I'm a white American. I think I got a deliciously good idea for that from this game. The WEEABOO-FUNZONE got an awful idea. A wonderful idea. Fuck, I fucked it up. God damn it. A awful idea. A wonderful idea. I don't even remember how that goes. Fuck me. A wonderfully awful idea. But yeah, we're not gonna go for fucking power coin shit. It's literally not even worth it. Yeah. Oh my god, I was so tall. Damn it! Well, thank god I brought a spare. Okay. Oh, okay. You gotta... You gotta hold, like, down and, like, X. Oh. Be careful not to roll over the edge, my wife. This is advanced darkness. My phone, it vibrated. I heard it. I heard it so. My mom saw a Facebook scam ad about the best time to visit Japan, and she sent it to me. Thank you, Mom. I tease, but it was an act of love. Oh no, they wouldn't call me. I'd have to call them and tell them to put the fucking purchase through. And they, for some reason, will refuse to whitelist merchants for me. Oh, I thought it was gonna make me, like, fucking cylindrical BBW. I forgot it just kind of defaults you back to regular Peach. Oh my god. Oh, the game does not like when you do that really quickly. Ooh. Tallification. You fucker! Hey, I can't help it. This game is literally dragging it out of me. I have to comment on it. I can't help it that Princess Daisy turned into like a fucking perfectly like cylindrical condom size Princess Daisy. Could you imagine? Oh my god. Oh, calling her Peach? God damn it. It's a force of habit. It really is. Yeah, hello. Oh, that's designed to catch you. Nope. Ha 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 ha, video game. You cannot beat me. Stupid program. You are just a bunch of numbers. You are not smarter than person. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, God, you can do it. Yes, thank you. See, this game is going to get much worse. Man, someone actually plays as the Yoshis. I feel bad if Yoshi is your favorite character and you want to play Yoshi in this game. Because it basically, like, just turns the game off. Like, you don't get a video game. Fuck. Oh no! I didn't do it in the real one. Oh well. I guess I could go back for it, but meh. Oh, that's cool how she like holds it in between her legs. Okay. Only need one, baby. Okay. I'll get up there eventually. Eventually, I will get up there. Eventually, I'll get up there. Like, haha, wouldn't this be funny if this was me in the game as a joke? Oh my god. Oh! This is the inflation one, I think. And because I'm... Or I guess not. I thought because I was like already a BBW. Because I remember this was in the trailer, and I remember specific artists made very specific art about this specific scenario. Can you believe we almost missed that entire thing? Oh my god, what now? What now? This goes on forever. There's so much to this first level. Holy shit. I forgot about all of this. Oh, I remember this one. Oh, this one's kind of hard to use. I remember. It's somewhat situational. Again, the hat one is the best one. Like, that one works really well because they set up like a whole course for it. You know, speaking of Nintendo princesses and stuff, I liked the idea of something like when they were showing off Wall Peach. I really liked the idea of like a nasty like an evil Nintendo princess. That being said, though, that design was really bad. Yeah, here it is, the secret world. I got all of the. I'm pretty sure I beat every single one of these. Time to do like one of the hardest fucking levels in the game. Ittekimasu. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Don't... Whoa. I thought that killed me right away. Oh, I shouldn't have did that. I should have saved that. This isn't gonna help me in this level. You... Oh, you fucker. Nope. Thank you, Red Yoshi. Red Yoshi from now on will be known as Architect Yoshi. Well, I screwed up. That wasn't the whole level, was it? There's no way. That was the whole level? Well, shit, we can go back for that. That's not that bad. Aye. Oh man, maybe he is Architect Yoshi. Holy shit. Yes, we could finally fucking do ones for our character that we play. Yes. Now I can be DeviantArt Daisy. My favorite. My favorite. I don't think you can't buy this is, yeah, you can't buy a Wonder Seed here. This is one area where it would make sense to buy a Wonder Seed. I popped one of the OFG ones. Oh, can I not? Oh, I wonder if you have to cycle through them or whatever. I don't, you know what? I don't care about that coin. Orb fucker general. Oh, yeah, true. Sorry, I haven't seen one of those threads in a minute. Sorry, I am acoustic. Sometimes you have to be, like, blunt with me. Just kidding. I have not officially tested positive for any autism spectrum disorders. Don't at me. Again, that is one of my borderline fucking severely artistic. Severe artism. You know, that's probably... I probably should have called fucking ARTLAB that severe artism. I swear I had that joke written down somewhere. Obviously, I'm going BBW mode. Although I'm pretty sure it, like... fucking... Oops. Oopsie! Fucker. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to restart this. There's no way I'm getting all this shit. Yep. Oh my god. Terrible. No, it doesn't stop the clock for you to... God damn it. Fuck, you can't... Oh, this is just bad. This is just bad. We're gonna have to redo this. Terrible! Sloppy. Oh, well. There we go. The game decided we were giving up already. Okay, so basically it just makes no sense to go BBW mode. It literally don't. Okay, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Elephant probably would have been better for this, actually. Oh no, you bought the shitty... Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about Burst other than that, like, everyone says... Oh, go, 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 come on, come on, come on! Oh, what?! Where am I missing one? Are you kidding me? No! 2 seconds! No! Oh, well. I don't think it counts the, does it actually count the coins as, Yeah, that's true. Plastic Gen is like... Oh, I do. Fuck. I'm gonna have to go back to some of these at some point. How the fuck did I miss one from there? I was too busy talking about horny things. Delicious. Speaking of horny things. Yeah, it sucks because there's a... You know, I was really looking at a lot of plastic gen shit. And I gotta say, like... that there's like a graphic design to a lot of those. that I think is so fucking cool. Like you were showing me some of that like metal system stuff, and that was that I missed that as a small boy. I think by that point, my ability to experience the series kind of evaporated because of you know, as a kid, and this is something that like the internet has kind of like ruined but also made better, is like you are kind of just fucker. You kind of just like missed out on shit, or could miss out on stuff. You know, when I was young, I really loved Pokemon. But after a while, everyone decided that Pokemon wasn't cool anymore. Oh, I needed to be fucking BBW mode for this, I bet. Let's see, can I get back? Nope. Yeah. Clearly. Or I could just fucking jump it. But I think they really want you to do Metal Fight was new and different, so I thought it was gay because yeah. Well, for me, you know, growing up, like, after a certain while, like, you know, at a certain point, when you're young, you're kind of just not in control of the things you're exposed to. Like, I get why people get so upset about, like, you know, think of the children type shit. Because it's kind of true to an extent, almost. You know, as a kid, like, you don't get to usually 100% pick what people, like, buy you as gifts. You know, what you were exposed to. And now it's a completely different world with the fucking internet. And, like, parents who, like, don't want to parent kids. Or, like, be a part of their kids' lives. But, like, after a while, I stopped seeing and getting Pokemon stuff because, like, it wasn't the cool thing anymore. You know, it wasn't a cool thing to get. I did have some Beyblades that I don't know what happened to them, if I sold them or not, or like they were garage saled or whatever. I'm kind of bummed about that. The more I think about it. But yeah, I just kind of missed out on quite a bit of life from an era that I wish I didn't. How the fuck? How the fuck? Nintendo. Oh, God. You really need to be BBW mode for this. Flower is not gonna get you. But, yeah, I wish, but I think a lot of people made that mistake. That's why fucking e-reader cards for Pokemon are so retardedly expensive. Because that was just, like, the era where, like, Nintendo was, like, producing less shit. I don't even know why we started on that fucking tangent. Alright, is that everything? Oh no, we got this one. I remember you guys were watching Burst, and I popped in for a hot second. It did not make me want to try Burst. It did not make me want to give it a chance. Yeah, Burst was, it was not good. And to be honest, with shit like Plastic Gen and, like, Metal Fight, I can see the appeal of a lot of those, designs. Like Metal Fight is, like, a very, like, it's a very specific point in time that I, like, can understand for when things of like boys anime toy shit looked a certain way. And same thing with like Plastic Gen. Plastic Gen in particular I'm really kind of fond of because it reminds me a lot of like old school Metabots art. Like it's got that Japanese like boys like hobby sort of thing going on that I thought was really for like the 90s. I do not have that love for Burst. Burst stuff just looks kind of very eh. I mean, fair if you're buying it for like the anniversary idea, you know, fair. I'm not even saying it's bad that, you know, I don't care, man. It's like, you do you. I'm just saying as someone who was tangentially into Beyblade growing up, and suddenly has found themselves, back into it. Ooh. Oh. You fucker. Well, my plebeian, uneducated opinion is Burst just kind of looks like nonsense. It doesn't seem like there's like a rhyme or reason to it other than like... I guess maybe it kind of... They were kind of inspired... you know what? I take that back. It seems like they were kind of inspired by a lot of like tokusatsu-esque like Like, from what I would see, like, that sort of same level of, like, really intricate, like, costume design. But I also, that's another thing I know fucking nothing about is tokusatsu. But even tokusatsu stuff, like, it looks iconic. A lot of Burst just looks like kind of vomit to me. It was based on Japanese trading card monsters. From, like, a series in particular? Or, like, just from the world of... True. Yeah, I can see that. No more filming JAV videos in the castle. We're kicking everyone out. No more water sports in the courtyard. Yeah, dual mon. You know, I can see that. Yeah. Oh, that was shitty. It just appeared out of nowhere. Oh. Yeah, it's definitely... A lot of it just looks over-designed. I can contest to that. Oh my god. Let's see if he can get in. Yeah, he can't do it either. And that almost killed me too. Hey. Yeah, no, unfortunately, like, there is just a lot of terms and words. People just kind of, like, people who aren't smart just kind of use them to mean anything, really. Okay, how the fuck? How in the world can I go in here? No. He's still trying to do it, huh? Yeah, how do you get in here? Like, I was looking at more, I was exposed today to more not manga artists. Oh. Oh, you're just going right through. Well, excuse me. I would say manga is even one of those words where it's just like... Like, people just have no real... Like, people just say things, and they don't, like, think about it. Because they don't think. I missed one. Fuck. How did I miss it? Wait, whoa, whoa. We're not done here. Oh. Yeah, it's just too much, like, visual noise, really. But yeah, nothing about Burst really made me want to, like, engage with it after seeing the first episode. This place is loaded with Dad's wonder power. Oh boy. His wonder power, you say? He's gonna hit his son with the sissy hypno gas. Oh my god! Wait, why is this a disadvantage for me? Oh. Oh! Shit! Usually that's my job. Well, see, here's the thing, and I've noticed this a lot with, like, these kinds of series. Like, I think the biggest example I could point to being Pokemon is the people that make them don't kind of realize that, like, or there's this expectation that, like, people are not going to be into them once they're older. Like, they'll just magically stop caring. And kind of for a while that was really true with, like, stuff like Pokemon. Like, Pokemon was always mega popular, like, with a certain subset of people, but once fucking Go came out, like, it basically ruined the entire franchise. So I feel like people making these series kind of don't, like, understand sometimes that their audience is aging, like, up. Oh, I forgot you can't just go anywhere. You have to, kind of have to follow the pace. Well, that's exactly it. They're making it for, like, kids and then kind of not realizing that, like, hey, maybe people who liked our old thing will also like our new thing, or will be watching our new thing. But then there's also kind of a cringe side to that too, where, like, the older audience or, like, an unintended audience kind of takes over it. So I could see it both ways. Like, with something like Friendship is Magic, it does not surprise me that that show kind of attracted an older audience. Because I feel like like, an unintended audience. Although this really doesn't have to do with, like, aging your audience up or making it for, like... I guess it kind of does. But, like... Every single one of the characters in Friendship is Magic feels like it's written like a porn character. Like all of the characters seem like they're porn archetypes. So it kind of doesn't surprise me that the show kind of became the way it did. Although that's kind of not the same as, like, hey, this show is written for kids and doesn't understand that, like, the kids who like the original, I don't know. That was just, I guess that was just a weird thing living rent-free in my head that I just let out. Probably should have saved that one for a therapist. But I've always kind of, like, hated that idea that, like, making a show for kids and making a show at kids. I don't know if I follow that line of logic. But I think I agree with the I think I can understand the sentiment. Oh yeah, I know. I can follow it now. Making a show like at kids. But these multi-generational like franchise, like yeah, like adults kind of. I mean, especially now that like, just like sometimes that's kind of all certain adults have. Is there hobbies to fall back on? Oh, I don't have any of these. Leaping schmackernackle. Oh, yeah, no, I remember what I was going to say now. But... hello? But I have always contested the idea that, like, just because something is made for kids doesn't mean that it can't be good and enjoyable by, like, adults. God. Shit. I followed too close. I'm not gonna get the other one. Oh, fuck. Come on. God damn it. There is no way I could have got that. But, like, X is also, like, there's things to enjoy about X for all kinds of fans. And X legitimately just has some clever shit in it, too. Yeah, you just gotta know which way they're gonna go and cut them off. Otherwise, they're too fast. That is not what he said. He said nice swimming. But yeah, I always get upset at people when they go like, "Oh, it's for kids. It doesn't have to. We don't have to try." Like I've constantly said that like Pokemon needs its growing up moment. It needs its Breath of the Wild moment where it kind of like gets back to the core of, Like old Pokemon used to be really kind of, not edgy, but like, it used to kind of be like dire and have like some bite to it and was like kind of interesting. But now it's like the world is so plasticky and safe. Oh fuck, I forgot about this fucker. Well, I don't mean just like, yeah, I can see why you'd want Dolphin Kick for this. I don't mean just, the show. I'm talking, you know, the games as well, are another big culprit of this. That's why I was so attracted to Black and White, was because they kind of took one of the longest running, like, poke things that, like, fucking shitty, like, low IQ humor, like, groups would, like, kind of, pop jokes at. Like, oh, Pokemon battling is just like dog fighting. Buh, buh, buh. Buh, 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 buh. Like, it's like, shut up. Legends Arceus was very, very good. That was the first game I streamed. I streamed on Twitch. What you doing? I streamed that game on Twitch. It had some problems. But well, guess what I'm not getting, whatever that was. Like the battles, yes, that, and then just them not making sense either. Like the weird priority system that they had going on, in that game did not make sense or work. Like you could choose, like, you know, a weaker move to get rid of, you know, to get it out faster. And it would say this would affect the battle in this way. But then your opponent would do something and it would completely undo whatever it was it told you. And then I very much remember the final boss of that game is brutally difficult. Like, he has a team that is very clearly designed to, be, like, hyper specifically, like, dangerous. God damn it. Like, basically, at a certain point, if you're not, like, you basically have to one-hit KO his team. Or his team will just essentially, like, one-hit KO you back. Like, there was just no bones about it. The final boss was fucking dastardly. And then I think, I actually, I kind of remember that, oh, fuck. That I think he pulls a fuck you and whips out, like, a 7th Pokemon. I think. Damn it. Yeah, because his last Pokemon is Giratina. And then I remember there's an Arceus boss battle that you can get. And it's, oh man, you don't even get to catch Arceus. He kind of just does like the whole like shonen like tips fedora. And he's added to the Pokedex. But it ended up being another fucking weird Dark Souls inspired thing. Like it was very fucking weird for a Pokemon game. I don't like Souls Dark. I don't like Dark Souls. I don't like it. Okay, well, I guess I'm turning on dolphin kicks so that I can, actually function underwater here. Or I'm about to wrap up with game, and I'm gonna take, like, a quick 10-15 minute break, I think. And then I'll put you guys on hold. I won't kill the stream, but, how? Oh, there's a pipe somewhere I gotta hop in. Oh, it's almost like I have to fucking get up there somehow. Big, Or no, there it is. How? Oh, you so can fucking get up there. It's not even worth the fucking dolphin kick when you have aerial mobility. You think I'm going to fall for that video game? You tell me to go down to the coins. Can I please find the fucking pipe to get whatever the fuck that is? Which one? This one? See, the thing is, there isn't a rock up there. Like, it's very clearly you're supposed to, Oh, shit. Oh, see, that wasn't it, though. There's somewhere where I gotta get in a pipe. I think you're supposed to go underwater for this somehow. Or, like, farther underground. Oh, no, never mind. That just killed me. Wow. I'm a short stack now. You can find me on e621.com. As a 2-foot-tall fuck orb. That's where you gotta go. You gotta be fucking... Yep. I was... No! I was right! Oh, no. Oh. Oh, I don't like this. No! I needed to get the first one, too. Oh, God. I have a feeling... No. Okay, so if we're this far, there probably isn't a way back, a proper way back there. I think. Alright, so let's go back real quick. Damn it, no! No! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh! We could have did it! We could have did it! Yeah, I bet you any money this is just to fuck with me. I legitimately bet it's the fucking shell here. Yep. That might have been it. Or no, it wasn't. Nope. Because it just kicked. Hey, how the fuck did they get through there? Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It probably is something towards the end. Oh, jeez. Well, I know. I think we already got this one. Yeah, we won't need to do it again. Alright, let's keep going. We'll worry about it later. I have a feeling it's going to be something... Because, yeah. Oh, what did I miss here? Oh. Come on, fucker. Yeah, I don't think I don't... Oh, okay, that clearly is designed to... Thank you. Don't think I didn't see you up here, little coins. Alright. No, you fucker. Oh, they cuck you out of going the other way. Nardu Hododo. So I did miss something somewhere, somehow. In some way. I want to see what the fuck... Oh, maybe it's right here. Oh, no. It wasn't. It was trash. You see. It was stupid. Worthless, nothingless. So I'll have to figure that one out later or something. Yeah. Alright, let's try to get to the next world, then I'll take a break, and we'll spin up some drawing. But I gotta take 5 minutes to maybe, stretch my legs and stuff. He sell you a helpful badge so that you don't have to play the video game. Oh my god. We still got a bit to go. Maybe I'll call an audible and I'll just do this one. Oh, these fuckers. Oh, yeah, the balloon. I am very surprised, considering the other things that have been a part of this game so far. I'm very surprised that this did not turn into like an inflation fetish thing. Thank you, you will, no! How could you? I'm surprised that doesn't happen when you use this thing. Well, I literally can't get that, so fuck me, I guess. Whatever that was gonna be, I don't get to interact with it. Cool. Or no, here we go. Damn it. Cool, that was totally worth all that extra effort and stress. Murder all of them. It really doesn't do anything. Okay. Oh. Thought that was... I honestly, actually, for real, seriously thought that was another player. Hat Tech. Oh, man. You know, that was one Mega 64 shirt that I missed out on that I was kind of bummed about, was the hat shirt. As if anyone fucking knows what that is. Damn it. Thank you, Mia Bincho. Mia Bincho! Dang. I wonder what those 6 emblems are. Because I had 1 in my final file, and I'm pretty sure I saw everything in the game. I mean, I guess we... Do we have to go this way? Man, it really does kind of railroad you into, doing certain worlds first, huh? Unless it doesn't. Oh, well, thank God, that's not a level. Can I go this way? I cannot. I have to go to the Fluff Peak. Sorry. I'll stop speaking like a retarded baby. Well, we made it to the level. I did say I was gonna kind of stop at the next world. But I don't know if this was fun for you guys. We'll probably come back with it. Unless there's some other game. I love how the flower speaks Japanese, but, like, the prince speaks in, like, a stupid, weird, maybe, like, babble language. It doesn't even sound good. Like, in Klonoa 2 and Klonoa, like, I think it's easy. Personally, I think that it's done a lot better there. But making up a language is hard. If you're just gonna, like, make fucking noises, then don't make a language. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back later, don't you worry. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright, let's turn this fucking shit off. Enough Pokemon nap. I almost fucked that up.
What's wrong with you?
Who are we going to watch today for music, or for our thing that we can comment on while we draw? It's a good question. I know good old Nick Robinson has been our go-to for the past couple of days.
Microsoft BIM.
Here. Oh, it would help to actually not be on hold anymore. There we go.
I'm doing the Don't Know What Time It Is challenge again. For those who don't know, it's a challenge that I invented last year where I tried to go a really long time without knowing the time. And so I've spent the past year thinking about it, iterating on it, and taking your feedback to heart, and really trying to think, how can I make it better? And so a few of the problems you guys noted, I can tell what time it is just by looking outside of the sun. You can see right now sun up means daytime. So what's the solution for that? Well, I found out that in certain parts of the planet, namely Tromsø, Norway, there's a period of time where the sun don't come up, it don't rise. I have booked a ticket to Tromsø, Norway, and I will be going to Norway in about 24 hours.
I've been noticing I've been having to go back and fix, or I'm gonna have to go back and fix a lot of these.
Hey guys, Nick here. T-minus.
I gotta fix our Bishi boy here. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of work on the stuff that we haven't done. Ideally, I would like to be done with this panel tonight. That is my goal. And since I don't have like work tomorrow or whatever, I'm okay with staying up a bit later.
I went to Japan. 2016. Went to Japan. 2013. It looks like I took a trip to Japan. It looks like 2015. I got they gave me an immigration sticker for one of my trips to Japan. October 2018, I went to Japan. Down here, this was actually earlier this year. I remember this. This was back when I went to Japan back in May. Now this is an interesting one. Temporary entry permit, valid for 1 day to go to China. And that's because I had a layover when I was going to Japan. Up here is October 2019. 90-day temporary visitor visa for a visit to Japan. So really what we're looking at here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trips to Japan, and I've never been anywhere else. My point being, Japan's the only place I've been. I live in America. I've never been to Canada. I've never been to Mexico. I've never been to England. I've never been to Europe. I've never been to anywhere that isn't Japan before. So I'm kind of freaking out. And I think part of the freak out that I'm experiencing, and I'm going to level with you here, is the fact that I haven't slept. Like literally I haven't slept. I woke up at 3 p.m. yesterday and yeah, 3 p.m. yesterday, and now it's, what time is it? I don't know what time it is. That's not right. It's 8 p.m. today. So I've been awake for 29 hours, and I'm gonna go see Uncut Gems starring Adam Sandler. I love you. I'll see you in Norway. Hi. Good. I'm going to Norway tomorrow. Do you have anything that would be good for that?
Quite
Like,
you know, it's kind of vague.
yeah.
Let me just kind of throw this back.
Yeah.
I'm going to Japan. Hand warmers? That might be a good thing coming.
Hand warmers. I'll do that.
Fucking.
Oh, he looked right at me. I feel like I should grab some snacks. Something that would be good to munch on. We got big puffs. Let's see if the milkman is struck. Here's he had. Oh, it looks like the milkman left the door open. Must be a new milkman. Also, one important note: in a small number of hours, I'm getting a haircut, so my hair's not gonna look all crazy for the video. Oh, this is gonna be in the video. Alright, I just poured the first bowl of Reese's Puffs.
I would say this is probably the most closest to like my editing style I think he's gotten, or like, or I guess maybe it's the other way around. This is like him being in tune. I don't know.
I could not fit a third puff in there. Well, maybe I could, but it's comfortably seats 2 puffs. Even the sugar is bigger than normal sugar. They blasted the whole thing with some sort of honey. I grew the puff.
It must be nice though to be able to just go on trips like he does. Yeah, I will say his. I think I mentioned this yesterday or before. His scripts get a little stiff. Some of his line reads can be a little stilted.
December 29th, 2019. Now you may be asking yourself, Nick, why are you going December 29th and arriving on December 30th? That's right, when Happy New Year happens. How I'm going to be doing this is I'm going to be doing the challenge as we cross through that threshold into the new year, and so it is not going to be a don't know what time it is challenge. It is going to be a don't know what time it is challenge, but it's also going to be a don't know what year it is challenge, and in fact it is technically also going to be a don't know what decade it is challenge. Feels good to be back. Feels good to be back in the saddle trying to figure out what time it's not. Can I get 6 Cajun?
Well, that's funny because I think.
I got a weird question.
I think you'll probably see that the next ARTLAB is probably going to have that sort of feel.
But I don't know the best way to seal them up and make sure they're still gonna be.
Well, the other thing too is like he's really inspired by fucking Mark ass Brownlee and his fucking brown ass Markley. So.
Insulated bag. Okay. Oh, yeah, thanks. You too. Just want to breathe only Bojangles air. You embraced the Bojangles. I was born in it. I'm Bane Jangles. My first name is Bane, my last name is Jangles. I can't. Do you guys want me to do a Bane voice? I feel like 2020, never been a better time for Bane-based comedy. Bojangles, DM me. No free ads, man. I can't keep giving away this free promo. The brand awareness that I am able to provide for a brand like Bojangles, you can't put a price tag on it, but I will. Bojangles, email me back.
Yeah. Fucking goddamn. Fucking Mark ass Brownlee turned a fucking preschooler into a fucking Mark ass ground paste. I don't know. Fuck.
What's wrong with you?
I actually wonder if he got a ticket for that, or like some law enforcement person reached out to him. I never liked fucking Mark S. Brownlee. He seems like the kind of like fake genuine. Like people say he's genuine, he's like not a shill, but like it seems he's always seemed very fake to me.
large flakes. It's 4 p.m. and it's also nighttime. It's nighttime, bro. There's no sun. All right. Against all odds, the Bojangles was allowed through the customs of the United
Are you gonna
States
share it with me so I can put it on there? Yep, there it comes.
and Norway. Where's the fridge, though? Like every minute counts when we're dealing with perishable foodstuffs. Not the fridge.
Oh, I thought you did something funny. Oh yeah, there we go.
Could come in handy later. There she blows. Alright, Bojangles. You traveled quite a distance. This may be the longest Bojangles has ever traveled. You get in there. You stay safe and sane with that Norwegian Kit Kat. Mission accomplished. I was worried about the hotel aspect of it. There's usually an alarm clock, but this is kind of the perfect place to not find out what time it is.
Yeah, I don't understand how anyone would ever fucking want to get in a self-driving car.
Too easy? Do I want
It literally seems like the dumbest fucking idea in the planet to me. Let's give the internet control over a big fucking moving thing that can kill someone,
and there being no clock.
whether it's inside or out of it.
I think it's gonna be pretty easy to not find
That's like if they fucking strapped C4 to like you know how there's those like roving bands of wild boars that just like are like just destructive, like invasive animals that they like have like wars on, where they'll just go and fucking gun them down with like Gatling guns and shit.
I wouldn't know where was safe to go.
It seems like the self-driving car thing, the whole thing about that has, to me, it has always been like if you took a horde of those wild boars and then strapped Semtex to them and just set them loose in a fucking downtown area. It just seems like a stupid idea. I don't even think, because like if you can get into one, then yeah, like that's it. Like the literally only way I would ever see self-driving anything working is if it was on like a closed loop system for like a college campus where it doesn't have access to like the outside road, or like a private company institution thing, or like a factory. But then it just wouldn't make sense, because then you could have like a tram system or like a trolley. It is just a dumb idea. It is the perfect example of like we thought we tried we thought we could, but we didn't think that we should. No, the whole self-driving car thing is exactly what I figured would happen with it. Like 10 years ago, they were talking about it. Like, oh, self-driving cars are going to take over. We're going to have self-driving cars. And we're still waiting for self-driving cars, 1. And 2, the second there's a lawsuit, there will be no more self-driving cars. The second it becomes a liability, like they're just a liability. Like, yeah, the big surprise to no one is we have the solutions to a lot of these problems. But those can't generate fucking dumb shithead speculator hype. So we don't do them. I'll never forget, I saw like like one of those like ad like infographic style things of ships are thinking of adding masts to them to save on gas, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? They somehow reinvented fucking ship travel from like 300 years ago.
Closing the door. Typing in my secret code now. No, don't show everything. Ian, censor that.
I honestly just think, real talk, if it's a liability, like, no one's going to want to buy them or be a part of them. Like, it's the same thing with electric cars. They can't fucking sell them.
At a glance, easily tell what time it is.
Like, they sit and... I mean, they can't sell regular cars right now anyway, because they sit and rot on the lot.
I don't want them coming in here trying to tell me what time it is. Sorry, now is not the right time. Time being the operative word. I don't know if now it's right.
You know, I'm surprised with the whole Doge thing. I'm surprised they didn't gut the fucking EPA regulations
You know what I have to do?
that kind of keep cars from, like regular, normal cars from being made.
Prepare for tomorrow.
I'm actually very surprised
Date and time.
that hasn't been undone. But the issue with that is I'm sure fucking Elon Musky Husky would lose out on his stupid fucking Power Wheels cars that he sells.
We're good to go. These are the things that when you try to figure out what time it's not twice, this is what you learn. And with that, I'm gonna
I contest that the idea of driving being scary for people is because cars are expensive.
There's no clocks. There's no big clocks anywhere.
I actually really seriously think that it's I mean, I'm speaking as someone who didn't get his license till 18. I was afraid of driving too. But then I finally got over it and did it. I think the issue is that, like, if you're held accountable for what a self-driving car you own does, I think that's going to kill it. That'll just kill any motivation for people. Because what happens if you're too afraid to drive, but then your self-driving car fucking knucks a kid? I don't know. I don't see it happening, for real. I just personally don't see it, like, fully happening.
Good morning.
Like I said, there will be one lawsuit, and that will be the end of self-driving cars.
I just woke up. I don't know what time it is. I really don't know what time it is.
No, it's very nice. I wish transportation was
I was awake for 24
better.
hours yesterday. I slept for 1 hour. I changed like
For that kind of stuff.
Went to 3 different countries. I truly am.
Wow, I really have done nothing. I have done nothing. I've done one eye.
And let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way. Alright, you know the feeling when you're on vacation, you wake up in a hotel room and you got your blackout blinds covering everything, and you don't know what time it is, but you know it's time to wake up because you had a full night's sleep. You're feeling great. You're ready for the open it up and get the sun's rays, make you feeling fine. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably get unfortunately with the public and like that stuff like that, public perception, it will get worse before it will get better. Always. Everyone said that like digital and like physical goods are annoying and they're this and they're that. And then of course the obvious thing that was going to happen happened, and now there's like this revolt against digital ownership that I feel like a lot of normies are going against or like kind of waking up to.
It's entirely possible that I slept way longer than normal. We could be on the cusp of 2020 right now.
I think there will be more damage to be done by people's over-reliance on a chatbot that may or may not be correct.
Alright. So if you just want to take my temperature and get...
I don't know if people gave that one up so much as Apple didn't get punished for it.
Is and isn't.
What
I'm hearing from my heart is that it's...
But yeah, the headphone jack sucks dick. That is the worst.
But again, I don't have...
That killed my interest in like listening to music. Like legitimately. That was always really bad for me.
With no sun, time it is. This is roughly what I'm trying to. Overall, if I had to boil it down, there is an outside chance that it's not 2019 anymore, but I doubt it. And that would require. I don't know though, because the last few hours I was awake, I intentionally didn't know what time it was. So it could be. It's anyone's guess. I don't really know what the next move is here. I could go outside. I could go inside. I could scope out the restaurant, maybe give it a cursory glance. I could walk by the front desk. But what if they tell me good morning?
See, I've always hated earbuds.
It's starting to make it clear why they call this and they don't know what.
I've always seen earbuds as
Whoever came up with this.
just kind of inferior.
Whoever came up with this. Well, it must have been a real goofball. God, it looks rough out there. Oh, people.
I've never fully cared about the earbuds, even though I had them as like
On their way to breakfast.
I mean I had them as like a kid,
From a nice
but
Are these people
once I got into actual over-the-ear headphones, it was over for buds for me. I don't like them. I can see the appeal of wireless ones though for when you're like doing stuff. Like it is kind of hard to deal with like corded headphones. But then in general, I just kind of stopped wearing headphones, period. I used to get in arguments on another Discord because people would insist on wearing headsets instead of just having a nice speaker set up for a computer. No, yeah, I understand that. I can understand that.
I need to take a shower, and then I'm gonna figure out how to get something to eat, and then I'm gonna figure out how to not figure out what time it is. And yes, I do have a little bit of video equipment. You may have noticed I got a double grip here. All right. Shower time. Shower time. A glass of water. This shower is just open. Wait a minute, what is this? Press here to save 3 liters of water. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27.
Jesus, why did this head get so... Jesus, this head got out of fucking control, I just noticed. Holy shit.
I don't think I slept that long. So here's what I'm thinking. They mentioned to me when I checked in that they do have a little restaurant and that restaurant offers free breakfast. However, I'm a little cautious about going down to that kitchen and trying to get breakfast on account of how if they do in fact offer the breakfast, that's basically going to tell me what time it is. I think I've established this at this point. I'm not interested.
Why did this shit get so out of control?
What is this? Dan Sucker.
I mean, it's not horrible, I guess.
I know what you're thinking, Nick. All you really had to eat is.
I mean, all this shit is gonna get cut off anyway.
7-Eleven, you got a panini, like a pesto panini. Surely you're not just thinking of having coffee for breakfast. You're gonna need to get food at some point. These are all good points that you're making, dear viewer. Time, don't really know. Date, big don't know what it is. And for that matter, the year, can't say that I could help you there. If someone asks me what year it is, I'm gonna have to say, ask someone else, because this guy doesn't know what time it is. And frankly, if we want to go one further, I can't say with 100% certainty what decade it is right now. All these things are mysteries to me. It could be the 2010s. It could be the roaring 20s. It's a question mark out there. I feel like the move is going to be flipping through this Tromso guidebook here and just finding some soft targets to maybe
Yeah, there we go.
visit.
That's a little bit more under control.
my precious New Year's kiss. Okay, here's all you need to know about Tromsø. The French Emperor Napoleon III offered a prize to anyone who could make a satisfactory butter alternative. And that's really the story of how Tromsø came to be. Going to the club in Tromsø is enough. Wait a minute. This is in the hotel. We are proud to have been host to world-renowned artists and entertainers. You're looking at him. World-renowned artist and entertainer right there. Who's this man? The octopus dealer himself. And he's here to deal you just the finest, freshest cuts of half-life head crabs for your money back. I like Tromsø, man. Oh, I've spilled my coffee. I got so startled because there's a whole building that only wants to tell me what time it is. Ship to stern here. This place is filled with hundreds and hundreds of ancient Norwegian timepieces that are begging to tell me what time it is. See, this is why I'm glad we cracked open this book. Here's a place that we're going to want to avoid like the plague. Oh my gosh.
I love that I've had to redraw like a lot of these things that I've done. It clearly kind of shows that I just didn't really like do a very good job during the whole the whole actual drafting phase.
I actually am not 100% sure if this is normal milk. It's just got a suspicious amount of Christmas action. There is kind of a little bit of a Santa playing some sort of a funny piccolo with the Snapchat code. What says ingredients, sir? Hell milk. So this is hell milk. Does hell milk mean cow milk? Does it mean eggnog? I hope it means normal milk. We got the funny Santa. He's making cookies for his dog, of an angel and of a tree and of maybe some sort of a whale. But he is, oh, would you look at that? He's accidentally rolled his Santa's beard up into a rolling pin, ruining the cookies for all involved, including the...
But yes, technology sucks and it is evil.
And the bare leg in the cold. Over here we've got sort of a funny elf.
It stopped being a good for a consumer and became
quite afraid. She's breaking the fourth wall.
Just bad.
What are you doing in my village?
Many of the problems we had were solved,
Quidditch, using what appears to be a wooden egg.
but corporations couldn't stand to watch line go down.
Fun sport with it. I've got my Christmas milk, but what to go with it? Well, great question, Nick. Lucky for you, you thought of that, and when you were packing all your stuff, you buried deep in your luggage Lucky Charms Frosted Flakes, now with 3 new unicorns. It has been updated. God, he's still such a... I don't trust that fucking face. And I'm sure you're wondering, Nick, why would you give money to a company like General Mills after what they've wrought and the sort of sins they've committed in years past, including 2018, which, depending on what time it is, was either last year or 2 years ago. I don't really know right now. Why would you support them? Don't worry, I stole it. Somewhere along the line, this box got crushed, but, you know, anyone who would disrespect Lucky, I would consider an ally. Now, I'm going to ask room service for a bowl and a spoon, but I'm worried they're going to say good morning. So I have to cover up the receiver so I can't hear them, no matter what they say. Just a dial tone. Hello? Alright, this is too risky. I just walked myself mentally down where this could be going. This is going to end with me going down to the front desk, or even calling the front desk, asking for a spoon and a bowl, and the front desk says, oh, the room service will be able to give you that, but they don't open until blank, and that's going to be their way of surreptitiously telling me what time it is. We're going to make this work. Alright, this water cup is going to be a makeshift cereal lover's delight. I don't have a spoon. I'm going to have to just grip it and sip it. So we're going to... family size. Imagine feeding this to your family. Jesus, it's really looking into the belly of the beast here. Alright. In what universe is that a unicorn? What is that? It's nothing. Dear Lucky, You gotta go back to the drawing board, my guy. You didn't do it. This ain't no unicorn. This look like New Jersey. Marshmallow shapes and colors may vary. Yeah, no. But then again, why even make marshmallows in the shapes that you promise when you're already a petty thief and a serial criminal? Does everybody say hell milk? Leave a comment with your favorite hell milk. I gotta be honest, I'm pretty hungry, and this is looking kind of right. Talk about a deal with the devil. Talk about a deal with the devil. These flakes are barely frosted. You know what frosted flakes look like? Like they've been frosted with sugar. These are just straight trad flakes, man. These are Gennaro. God, we're diving in. That's how she looks. Just the smell is... It's almost too sweet. I don't know how they managed to have such an underfrosted flake and also such a saccharine smell, but we're going in. See you on the other side. I fell asleep. I fell asleep again. No, I really...
Man, that's such a nice fucking hotel bathroom.
I think Lucky put something in my flakes, knocked me right out, screwed me up. So I can't tell what time it is. Well, it's not gonna. Well, I mean, it did work, but it's not gonna work. Trying and trick me, not knowing what time it is. Holy. This is beautiful. So I was talking to this bartender working at the hotel last night, and the bartender told me, because I asked about the sun not rising, and he was like, well, that is from October to December. And then he said, like, starting like December 15th, there's a period of like an hour or two where a little bit of sunlight peeks through. He didn't tell me what hours that is, so I still don't know what time it is. But this, holy, this is what Tromsø looks like, I guess. I swear to God, last night when I was looking out this window, I saw like the faint...
God, it looks so cozy.
But now I can...
It looks so fucking comfy, dude.
I mean, it's still dark, but like, I actually don't know how to describe like what this feels like. How long was I out? How long was I out for? That nap, it felt like...
I wish I could travel more, I really do.
That I found on Spotify. And
I guess I could if I stopped buying so much dumb shit, but
apparently this only
I don't know.
a tiny period of time. This narrow band of sunlight. So I'm gonna get dressed real quick and venture out into this and just see what Tromsø looks like while I still can. The man sweeping on the boat is gone. I'm gonna be honest, I'm dreading putting these Walmart boots back on. My feet, my ankles, the heels of my feet specifically are aching a little they're clay aching a little on account of wearing these bad boys yesterday. But I don't want to slip and fall on the ice if I can avoid it. So I'm gonna be wearing the boots. Hey Siri, what temperature is it? Do I need another layer? This is a large garment. Before I fell asleep last night, I got a notification on my phone saying something about gale force winds. I would like to see some wind.
Also, Rad, if you're still here, I'm kind of pissed. Because I had a thought earlier. I forgot about the fat man bit. Metal Gear Fat Man. Fucking God, that's a great Mega 64-bit. Fucking Metal Gear Fat Man. But anyways, So I remembered something about Surugaya is that they actually have arcade hardware that you can purchase, and I've purchased from them before, if you can believe it. I've gotten, I think my copy of Neo Turf Masters is from Suru. And I remembered this, and I was like, well, shit. Can I do that in English for free shipping? And I think I don't quote me on this. But I don't think you can game boards are something they prevent from being shipped overseas. I don't think you can do that, which is kind of disappointing if I'm going to be honest. Ooh, a G-Net. I do not use my fucking Taito G-Net nearly enough. Or no, it's sold out.
Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of these are sold out, unfortunately. Arcade people in Japan are pretty brutal. Like, if you see something that's even remotely, like, sought after, or, like...
Happy New Year! Wait a minute.
Koramusu.
Happy...
Koramusu?
I'm happy that it's the new year, or I'm happy that it's gonna be the new year.
But...
What did you mean? Oh. The watch shop?
Yes,
I don't want to...
once again, I am sad about Surugaya. I'm gonna be real, I don't like that the Japanese Surugaya is different from the American one. I get why it's different, but it's same thing with Mandarake. It's like, if I see something that I want, it is not gonna stop me from getting it if I can't just order it directly from you. It's just gonna make it more annoying for me. I need to find a better deputy service, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking for another. I used to have, there was a deputy service that I really liked because it was kind of somewhat underground. And
They got my favorite Pokemon. They got my #1 Pokemon. Who did get this to you? That's not what I thought I was going to see when I turned the corner. Lego loftet. Tromso Bruktbokundo. I was not expecting to see Black Butler in Tromso. Isn't that just how the human heart is? It guides you to your people. It guides you to your kindred spirits like that.
But
What a Christmas miracle.
I got cucked out of something that would have been very nice to have, and it was reasonably priced, because the seller marked it as no deputy services. And usually when that happens, I have a secret deputy service that I usually go to in order to stealth buy what I require. What I require. But unfortunately, that deputy service started having the same issue, which is very upsetting. And I know there's some deputy services that are just literally, they're just like a couple people in a house. Like, it probably doesn't take that much to spin up a business like that.
Times like these where I just need to look to my guide.
I don't know if there's some, like, reporting thing on your taxes you have to do.
In my own habitat. The one place I thought I was safe. Like at the time told to me. But you know what? I'm not giving up.
God. It is so comfy, though. That's such a cozy...
Here she is.
like little weird
My worst nightmare. I'm closing my eyes. So
town.
so you
I don't know.
can
I don't know any other way to describe it.
These are all
It legitimately just looks nice.
for now, but you know in your heart they're gonna get out. This is a hellscape. I'm a hellscape navigator.
Okay, so this drawing is gonna look fucked up.
Looking like Slender Man. He's out in this shaky cam out of focus. So I failed the mission, at least initially. Here's the thing. I see no reason why we can't just see that as a practice run, alright? Yeah, that guy told me what time it is. There's no getting around that. But if I go to sleep right now, if I use the power of medical science, and if I use this bottle of melatonin gummies,
I wish melatonin still worked for me. I can't use it anymore. It no longer has an effect on me. I have I have been
take some poison damage from these purple poison sleep pills.
I have blown past my ability to reasonably use any sleep aid. They just simply have.
I'll do what it takes. I'll do what it takes to not know what time it is. Let's get this party started. That's finna be me in a second, man. That's me when the. That's. It's possible. But I need to get back into a mode when I don't know what time it is, and I'll do what it takes. Mode when I don't know what time it is, and
Okay, that was him in the video. For a second, I'm like, is someone in my house? I fucking hate when that happens. When you hear like a sound out of the corner of your ear that doesn't sound like it should be in the video. God, that's the fucking worst.
away, baby. Let's get toned up. Call me Tone Loc. Cause I'm off that Mela. What else do I need to do? I gotta eat this 7-Eleven sandwich I bought. It's part of the, and then the formula will be complete. If I poison myself to sleep with a 7-Eleven panini and some melatonin, the human body just has no defense against that combo. One melatonin pill and one 7-Eleven pesto panini available only in Norway. The human body just turns off. You put those two in you? You put those two in you? Your immune system goes into a state of panic and just stops working. And that's going to be exactly what I need to conk me out. And I'm doing it, let me remind you, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this all in order to find out what time it's not. These are the sacrifices you make when you commit to a life of... Fuck, that made the lights more. Now we're cooking. Oh my god. Oh man.
That needs to be bigger. Like, way bigger.
What decade is it? Oh, I fell asleep with my contact lenses in. I felt like a big sleep. Oh my gosh. But I don't know if it actually was. I had a couple beers, and all the bartenders in Tromsø are so dang nice. I like them all so much. I like them. Fireworks. Is it 2020? There are fireworks in every direction. Oh my gosh. I don't quite know what year it is. Oh. Oh, it just says it on the mountain. There's so many people in the streets of Tromsø. Are we 1 minute away? Are we 1 hour away? I feel like it's got to be really close, or there's no way they can't be firing on fireworks like this all night. I didn't know Tromsø went quite this hard in terms of fireworks in every direction. There's really no hiding from this. So literally, truly, everyone is trying to tell me what time it is. Holy. I actually can't describe how nerve-wracking it is to know that it's New Year's Eve and to not know how close they are to the ball dropping. I'm throwing on some clothes. Okay. Oh man, I napped too long. The fireworks are getting faster. I hear Norwegians yelling. How long was I out? This is the most stressful thing that's ever happened to me. Oh my god. Where are my socks? You missed filming it. I missed it too. Hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What's your name?
Michael.
Michael. Happy New Year. Where are you from?
Here, Norway.
Oh, I was trying to not know what time it was, and
Now it's the New Year.
now it's a New Year. It's hard to ignore.
2020, you say up there.
Yeah, it does. It says it right up there.
Yeah.
They're trying to tell me what year it is. Fireworks are not stopping.
God, it looks like the fucking Shiver City in Paper Mario. I know that sounds so gay, but like it just has that like it just has that like beautiful like winter like esque
I'm here with my boy.
berg thing going on.
That's me.
Oh, we got
He's one of the nicest guys in Europe. I'm pissing off. Your YouTube channel is what?
It's youtube.com/Babylonia.
Start on.
Okay, we'll start anew.
Ready?
Yes.
I'm here with my boy, Fred Torrey. Yes, that's me. Thank you.
Oh my.
Have me on youtube.com/babbledown.com. So fun to have you. You are great, guys. Please rate, subscribe, and leave a comment. I got a message for the girls.
What's that?
You got a big.
Okay.
You have a great New Year.
Thank you.
Yeah, the whole getting to go on adventures
2 minutes.
and make videos about it has always been a big thing for me that I've always been very jealous about. A lot of my YouTube role models, like Mega 64 was always kind of like a role model for me in that. Like I wish I had like
For the rest of my evening,
a friend group and we all made fun stuff.
Wandering around the hotel, striking up conversations with people. Eventually, I found myself hanging out with a group of people who just invited me with open arms into their evening, and we
Getting to go make like cool things and meet people and just kind of experience life.
As I reflected on this journey,
Like if you ever seen that meme of the guy who's like in his late 20s watching kids in his it was like a soy jack thing of like dude watching shows about kids in their teens going on world adventures. Oh, no worries, man. I'm just talking. You don't have to chat if you don't want. I just am kind of... I'm just kind of doing the streamer thing of just, like, trying to chat. Even if no one's listening, it's just a good thing to practice.
So to the residents of Tromsø, Norway,
But,
thank you for being so accommodating, so kind, and so enthusiastic.
I've always been very,
I can't wait to come back.
very envious of people who are able to make, cool things happen with their career and their life. Like, I don't even know if I'd have a good time going to this, Tromsø, Norway.
It doesn't feel like it.
Like, it might not be for me at all, but it just looks so... I mean, I hate to be like a YouTuber gave me an opinion, but he makes it look exciting. I remember when Eddie Burback did his Italy video, and that was very much the same thing. It's like, Italy was fucking gorgeous. And I have family who emigrated from Italy.
Alright, one last thing before I leave Tromsø. This video you're watching, I've been working on it for a long time. I started working on this in May. I started researching flights to...
That's always been kind of a upset point with my career.
How I'm able to fly so often for my videos. And honestly, a really
was that I just have never been able to make meaningful shit happen with it.
I first started tracking
Like, they kind of just keep me in a back corner. And I kind of just live in a toy dungeon.
Price alert feature. So as soon as a cheap flight to Norway popped up, I was able to pounce on it and start planning out this video. I've been using Kayak to book pretty much all my flights for...
And yeah, this makes me want to fucking use Kayak to book trips. That's not endorsement, by the way. I don't know if Kayak sucks dick or not anymore. Because a lot of travel sites now will use browser cookies and shit to try to, like, fuck you on how much you're actually getting charged. I know there's, like, a way that they do it.
So you're always getting the cheapest flight. If you want to try Kayak for yourself, just head to bit.ly/booked-a-ticket and start looking up flights today. And I do actually encourage you to try this for yourself. Just click the link in the description or go to bit.ly/booked-a-ticket and type in the name of a place you've always wanted to visit and hit search, and I really do think you'll be pleasantly surprised by how cheap some of these flights are. Thanks for watching.
All right. I'm gonna take a break. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. You know what? I might join. I might do this live. Join his channel. Let's see. It's $5. Why not? Said the head crab officer. Question is, that means Google will now have my fucking PayPal address. Decisions. I feel like I've watched his videos enough that I feel like I would get something out of this. Plus, that means I get into his Discord, which that might be fun. But who knows, it might also suck too. I don't know. Should I, shouldn't I? Decisions. Because there's videos I want to see that he's put up. Of course, I lost my fucking tab because I clicked off it for like 5 seconds. When am I getting my poster that I ordered live? Oh, Monday. Wonderful. It's in Indianapolis. Rad, go pick it up. Throw it here. Faster. Faster. No, I won't do this right now. I'm very scared of committing to something like that.
I listened to this. Today, I'm going to tell you about a game that happens to be my favorite video game of all time, bar none. And a game that, were it not for an extremely unlikely rescue operation conducted here in the United States, likely would have never seen the light of day at all. This is the story of how the Xbox's best game vanished and then suddenly reappeared. And the game I'm talking about is a game called Phantom Dust. This game, I believe, is a true masterpiece, but you don't have to take my word for it. A while back, I snuck a little bit of footage of Phantom Dust into my second-person video, which led to comments like these. This game just tends to elicit some really effusive praise from those of us who played it.
This is actually my personal all-time favorite game. I like this more than Witcher, Dark Souls, and Monster Hunter, and Neo, and everything. There is nothing I enjoy as much as Phantom Dust.
So what are these people talking about? What is it about this game that left such an indelible impression on seemingly everyone who played it, myself included? Honestly, it's hard to decide where to start, because top to bottom, everything about Phantom Dust is an anomaly. There's its ageless, never imitated nor duplicated game design. There's its intensely Y2K tinged visual and musical aesthetic. There's its graphics, which seem to be a full generation ahead of its time. I mean, remember, this is an Xbox game that, for some reason, looks like a late generation 360 game at worst. So, okay, how about this? Let me start with a question.
what if card games were real? Or, like, maybe I'm not saying
Alright, that
right,
looks
but-
pretty good,
okay, so
I
you know
think.
how card
Oh
games
shit, I
usually
didn't do
depict
any
something
of the
pretty
fucking hair.
action-packed, say, a fight between a knight and a dragon, or a goblin being incinerated by a magical spell? Like, let's say you're playing Magic the Gathering with a friend, and you throw a massive fireball directly at your opponent's head. In theory, that sounds cool, but in practice, it often ends up just looking like this. And look, I love Magic, but you gotta admit, that's a little bit anticlimactic, right? And so, the question Phantom Dust asks is, what if, instead of looking like this, card games looked like this? See, for a certain audience, myself included, digital card games can be great. I play Magic the Gathering Arena almost every single day, and I played Hearthstone for years on end. But I also suspect that there's a lot of people out there who see the words digital card game and just instinctively turn away because those words can make it sound a little dry or a little boring.
Me!
And I think Phantom Dust is the cure to that problem. This game supposes, what if there was a card game that felt like an action game,
card
but kept
games...
everything cool about card games?
I think I missed my window to
Gameplay
be
that
into
was
card
actually
games.
As exciting as the things they depict. So that instead of playing like this,
I think
they played more like this.
I missed my window to care about them.
Obviously, that's a cool concept, but it's also easier said than done, and it would.
I
take
just
a
don't think there's
truly
one for me
brilliant,
either.
one-of-a-kind game designer to execute that idea
Like the
properly
only
and make it
anime one that I
actually
think
fun
I
to
could
play.
reasonably even
Enter legendary
say
Japanese
that
game
there might
designer
even be
Yukio
a
Futatsugi.
shred
Now, you may not know Futatsugi's
of a
on by
thing
name, but it's
to
highly
for me
likely
to
you've at least
see
heard
is
his work.
like
In particular,
outside of
the whole
Pokemon,
classic
which
Panzer Dragoon series.
you know I grew up with
Now,
obviously,
Phantom
but
Dust
like
is not
everyone
just a
else who grew up with it,
continuation
I
of
never
the
really
key
played the
acronym
real
we started
game.
with Panzer Dragoon, but also built
Is
on Futsugi-san's
like
legacy of making
Weiss
games that are
Schwartz,
deeply beloved by a small
but I don't know.
very
I've
loyal
heard that
people.
the game for Weiss
In
Schwartz
fact,
is
it turns
so
out if you read
fucking
the early
ass.
interviews of Yukio Futatsugi, that was always what he wanted this game to be.
I just
Quote,
don't know if there is
"I
a
want to
card
create
game
something
for
with
me.
permanence, something that will remain in the hearts of the group of people I made
Yeah,
the
see,
game for.
that's exactly it.
For those who are starving for a new experience, something that will stay fresh and unique 10 years after its release.
I mean, that could be something that I could, like, real talk, I would love to do art for card games. That would be sick. But I don't think I'm a good enough artist. If I ever actually seriously make it as, like, a mangaka or something like that, if I actually fucking transcend the culture barrier, I would love to work with, like, people who, like, are hardcore into something to make something cool.
Hell, even if you don't like card games, if you find them too boring or not interactive enough, I sincerely
Yeah.
think this game was built for you. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
That's
What
kinda
does this game
sad.
Exactly. Like, how does it work? Here is a super quick summary. Phantom Dust is an arena combat game where 2 to 4 players, each with 20 health, share the goal of trying to reduce their opponent's health to
It's
0.
just, it legitimately just, I think it's just, not for me. I hate to be, like, dismissive like that, because that sucks.
Different cards called skills. At the start of each game, players spawn on opposite corners of the arena and are dealt a hand of 4 random cards from their deck. These white cards are known as aura particles, and these are the currency.
But that's also kind of why I'm, like, attracted to Beyblade. Because the idea of, like, card formats in, like drafts, deck building, the idea of the things you do in a card game doesn't sound disinteresting to me. The last really good Asian one was an MTG ripoff, and it was legit my favorite one, but the company went to shit after they killed the game with bad choices, and then started trying AI. Many such cases.
Really fun part, the cards.
Look, skills. Care to try it?
But I think the idea of, like, honestly, like, the whole deck thing with Beyblade, you know what I think would be sick, but I don't know if they'd ever do, if they did a Beyblade draft. Like, if you had, like, a basically you just get a bunch of gachapon machines, and you'd put a bunch of parts in a gachapon machine, like 3 different ones, and you just had people roll 3 times on each machine, like for 3 blades, 3 bits, 3 ratchets.
Now, the reason I describe that as the intended range leads me to one of my favorite things about Phantom Dust. Often descriptors like short range or long range aren't requirements.
I've heard people kind of talk about magic. I'm okay with not being into magic.
Skills in the game that are perfectly effective at medium or even close range, something that's only possible because Phantom Dust is a 3D real-time video game. And that leads us right to one of my
Like I've heard people spend like thousands of dollars on decks and stuff like that. Just no, thank you. No, thank you, desu.
This, in my mind, is truly the heart and soul of Phantom Dust. This is the thing that sets this game apart from a normal card game and makes each battle play out completely differently. And to help me illustrate this point, I'm going to give you a quick comparison. Let's take a direct damage burn spell from Magic the Gathering and put it up against a comparable spell in Phantom Dust. So here we have Lava Axe from Magic, which reads, Lava Axe deals 5 damage to target player. This card is extremely straightforward. It basically does exactly what it says, the same exact way every time you play it. You pay 5 mana and no one counters it.
But I've already got enough expensive hobbies. I just...
Now, for comparison's sake,
I don't mean to shut like it out. I'm completely speaking out of my ass and like not out of any kind of actual experience.
And it deals 2 damage to your opponent. But unlike in
I guess I just don't care enough to try.
Throw a fireball at you, dealing X damage. In Phantom Dust, this fireball attack is now exteriorized in a 3D game world. And this literalization of card game text opens up a tremendous amount of possibilities. So now, instead of I throw a fireball at you for 2 damage, you've got outcomes like I throw a fireball at you, but you duck behind a nearby wall, negating the attack. Or I throw a fireball at you, and it knocks you out of midair, interrupting your attack and sending you hurtling 15 feet onto the concrete below, the impact from which causes you to take additional damage.
Alright, well, I think we can do without the hair colors, I think.
And it hits a pillar holding up a huge chunk of the environment, causing the whole thing to collapse onto both of us, dealing a massive amount of damage. Now, these are just a few examples of how combat can go down in Phantom Dust. And these elements, the fact that the combat is real-time, that the environments are highly destructible, that players can play with things like gravity and invisibility and speed buffs and debuffs, all of these things come together to create a tremendous possibility space for each battle you play. In this context, even the most rote and vanilla card game mechanics take on a whole new meaning. Suddenly something as simple as I cast Lightning Bolt on you for 3 damage becomes I cast Lightning Bolt on you, but you notice the storm clouds forming and cartwheeled out of the way in time, or I cast Lightning Bolt on you, but
yeah, no, fair. I don't want to diss it.
Which protected you from the strike.
Like, you know, I can be kind of nasty about, like, stuff. I recognize that I could be absolutist a bit about certain things. Like, I've really had to keep myself in check for this new ARTLAB. I'm very, especially since I've been finding more and more examples of, like, people trying to fake being manga artists. And they're from big people, too. It's not just, like, these weirdos from the internet, like, the corners of the internet anymore. Like, fucking Papa Meat made a fucking comic book and kept calling it a manga despite his whole crusade against, like certain genres of anime that some people equate to real-life criminal acts. Wink, wink, wink. But there's, and I guess there's some, like, Twitch streamer that hired, like, a UK comic artist to make a comic.
Now, if you're anything like me, just hearing about the existence of all these different types of attacks probably fills your head with possibilities.
Yeah, I just think I can be very aggressive and passionate about certain things, but
yeah,
at a certain point, you know, there's just some things that I'm out of my depth on, and I think like card games is absolutely one of them. Same thing with tabletop. Like I've never really, I think I've played like a tabletop thing once.
Campaign over 40 hours long with this moody, mysterious story, tons of cutscenes, a sprawling underground hub world of survivors you can talk to and take on missions from, cooperate with, and some really insane scenarios and boss fights to go up against. And look, if it seems like I'm struggling to cram everything I love about Phantom Dust into one video, it's because I am. I could talk for ages about the things that set this game apart and still not cover half of what makes it special. It's why I still consider Phantom Dust my favorite game of all time, and why almost 20 years after its release, I still can't shut up about it. So, okay, hopefully that at least scratched the surface of what made this game so cool from a gameplay perspective. But let's talk about where this game came from. At this point, you're probably wondering, who developed this eccentric, extremely Japanese video game? Like, I want you to actually guess. Who do you think made this? Could it be, I don't know, From Software? They certainly put out some cool, quirky stuff on the Xbox in the early 2000s. Or how about Sega? How about some internal Sega team, like Amusement Vision or Smilebit? Smilebit would make a lot of sense, I think. All right,
but yeah, I don't want to shit too hard on stuff that I don't know anything about.
Here it is.
The manga thing, though, I'm particularly aggressive about because I have spent a lot of time trying to study it. I've spent a lot of time trying to find ways to be a part of that world in a meaningful and satisfying way.
Yes.
And it really, you know,
so, yes, it is true that Phantom Dust was developed internally. By
it really rubs me the wrong way
Xbox development teams.
when people just kind of treat it like it's a fucking branding thing. Or they do it just for like clout, because like Western comics are like a horrible thing to be associated with.
Phantom Dust creation took place mostly in Microsoft Game Studios Japan's Tokyo office under the direction of Yukio Futatsugi, but the game was frequently worked on and even play tested by American Microsoft employees over in the States, with the two teams visiting each other surprisingly often. And among those Microsoft employees who played Phantom Dust early, it was a huge hit. In fact, here's a first-hand account told to me by legendary game designer and namesake of the Klob gun in GoldenEye, Ken Lobb.
So I was at Xbox when Futatsugi-san inside MGSJ originally did Phantom Dust, and I was a huge fan then. I went to Japan a couple times a year. We talk about the game, play the game. There were a bunch of us inside Microsoft Game Studios that were addicted to it.
Development on Phantom Dust seemed to be going swimmingly,
all
by
right.
all accounts, but then
I think that's good with that one.
happened.
Let's start this guy.
Virtually unprecedented. Less than a year after announcing it, Microsoft unannounced it. Just a few short weeks before Phantom Dust's planned September 2004 release date, Microsoft doubled back and actually reversed their plans to release this game in the United States. The English version of Phantom Dust was no more. Now, as you might expect, hunting down...
God, he's got that fucking Rhythm Heaven cabin that is... It's just a new net city with like a fancy shell.
Silicon Valley secrecy, about 15 years of time, and the entire Pacific Ocean, and the language...
I wonder if it's a Sega panel game.
This is an extremely niche bit of video game history, and not a particularly well...
Also, where the fuck did he get it?
While researching this video, I came across something pretty interesting.
I almost wonder if he got it from the same place as me.
Phantom Dust Wikipedia article that pointed me
because he's in North Carolina or whatever. I believe Ground Zero is based out of South Carolina.
There are no scans of this issue other than the cover anywhere on the internet.
Unless he got it from fucking California. He might live in LA now that I think about it.
On eBay. So last week, this pile of issues of XBN arrives at my doorstep, and immediately I go right for issue 16, this one, the one with, what is this, Oddworld Stranger's Wrath? I guess it was called Oddworld Stranger at one point. I guess they changed the name. And I begin flipping through it looking for any mention of Phantom Dust. So I braced myself to settle for just one random paragraph about Phantom Dust's cancellation, maybe in like a random column near the end of the magazine, and what I found instead was much better. I found this, a full-page story specifically on Phantom Dust's US cancellation, titled "Left in the Dust, Release of Microsoft's Phantom Dust to be Relegated to Asian Markets." So this article about Phantom Dust is written with a lot of heart by somebody who clearly fell in love with this game early. The author is unnamed, but I have to imagine it's XBN Japan editor Ryan Payton. And I'm going to read you a couple key passages that I found pretty illuminating. In a surprise announcement last month, Microsoft reversed plans to bring Phantom Dust stateside. Developed internally at Microsoft Game Studios in Tokyo, Phantom Dust feels like a culmination of Japan's most marketable cultural exports, making Microsoft's decisions seem even more opaque. And then here's my favorite part. At Microsoft's press event last month in the fashionable Harajuku district of Tokyo, Phantom Dust's lead director Yukio Futatsugi seemed unfazed by Microsoft's decision to make his game exclusive to Asian markets. At one of the kiosks running a near-final build of the game, Futatsugi quietly reset the unit, changed some settings, and booted up a fully translated English version with a big grin on his face. His team had developed an English version simultaneously in hopes of a North American release. So that to me is pretty crazy. This game, in anticipation of its Western launch, had already been fully translated, fully localized into English, with full English language voice acting for all the cutscenes. Which means that, compared to most Japanese games, localizing and releasing Phantom Dust in English would have been trivial. And maybe you're thinking, okay, but surely Microsoft had a good reason to not release this game in America. And frankly, you're right. In a recent editorial, Ryan Payton, the same guy who I think wrote this article, revealed that the Japanese version of Phantom Dust in its first month of release only sold 6,000 copies. In all likelihood, these dismal sales in Japan probably scared Microsoft away from releasing the game in the West, as Japan was the territory where Phantom Dust was supposed to do well. Still, the fact that Microsoft announced this game, translated it, and then chose not to release it was a huge bummer for a very, very, very small subset of Xbox enthusiasts in the early 2000s, myself included. In fact, even within Microsoft, the decision not to publish Phantom Dust in the West ruffled some feathers.
There were a bunch of us inside Microsoft Game Studios that were trying to push upper management into this is good, this is good, this is good.
And the game was fully localized by Microsoft when it first came out, and we just didn't bring it to the States because everyone was like, what? What is this? This game is crazy.
Now, the incredible story of this game doesn't end there, not even close, but before we continue, I have a quick personal story of my own, a story about making this video. See, I've been toying with the idea of doing a huge video about Phantom Dust for years, and when I decided it was finally time, I knew I wanted this to be the definitive Phantom Dust video.
Damn, dude, nice.
Getting in touch with at least some of the
you fucking fought that metal.
Involved with this game's development. Right off the bat, I knew there was no way I'd be able to talk to the creator, Yukio Futatsugi. The man is, to put it mildly, a legend among Japanese game developers, and a guy whose historic contributions to video game history have been well documented over the years. Between Futatsugi-san's no doubt busy schedule and the language barrier that I assumed we'd have, I knew I'd have to set my sights elsewhere. So instead, I decided to reach out to a man named AJ Redmer. Back in the year 2000, AJ was hired by Microsoft as the creative director for a secretive project Microsoft was working on. Their debut in the home gaming console space, then codenamed the Direct Xbox. Soon after AJ's hire, Microsoft decided that to be competitive in this industry, they'd need to compete with Sony's racing game juggernaut, Gran Turismo. And so, Xbox formed an internal studio focused on racing games and promoted AJ to the head of the studio, where he oversaw development on nearly a dozen racing titles on the Xbox. Here's where it gets interesting. In 2002, Microsoft moved AJ from their Redmond, Washington headquarters to Tokyo, Japan, where he took on a new role as the head of Microsoft Game Studios Japan, a role that involved overseeing their burgeoning efforts to court Japanese game developers and players. Microsoft would go on to ship a decent amount of Japanese games on the original Xbox, including Blinx the Time Sweeper, but as for games actually developed within Microsoft Game Studios Japan, there were, as best I can tell, only two. A medieval Japan-themed action game called Magatama, and, you guessed it, Phantom Dust. Now, as the primary American Microsoft employee who oversaw Phantom Dust development, I figured AJ would be a great person to talk to. So I reached out to AJ hoping he could reply with an interesting story or two from the development of this game. And when AJ finally did reply, that's not what I got. Not at all. In fact, I'll just show it to you. AJ wrote, "Hello, Nick. Thanks for reaching out about Phantom Dust. That does bring back some fond memories. I'd be happy to chat, but I may be able to do better. The real person you would want to talk to is Yukio Futatsugi. I will check in with him and see if he is up for it. Although he won't admit it, his English is pretty good. Regards, AJ." I can't adequately describe how excited I was when I saw this response. This man, Yukio Futatsugi, is pretty much my hero. Legitimately one of the few people on my bucket list who I'd always said I'd give anything to speak with, right up there with Scott Olkers. And if you've been listening to me talk about video games for any length of time on the internet, you probably already know how much this man's game means to me.
Phantom Dust. Phantom Dust. Phantom Dust. Phantom Dust, a game called Phantom Dust. Xbox Live Phantom Dust Modern Warfare 3 controller.
Phantom Dust.
Phantom Dust. Another crazy thing is that Phantom Dust, my favorite video game ever is. It's Phantom Dust.
And now, out of nowhere, this total stranger had just offered me an interview with a guy completely out of the blue. So, of course, I said yes. And before I knew it...
Hi, I'm Yukio Futatsugi. Nice to meet you.
First things first, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me about Phantom Dust. When I was around 14 or 15, I imported a copy of Famitsu to get the Phantom Dust poster. And I had it like hanging above my bed in my bedroom in high school and stuff. So I've been a long time fan of the game.
自分もずいぶん昔のタイトルをずっと覚えて見てくれるのすごく嬉しいです。
It's been about 16 years since Phantom Dust came out, at least in America. How do you feel looking back at Phantom Dust now? Like, are you proud of it? Are you satisfied by it?
ファントムダスト自体は僕がいろいろ関わってきたゲームの中で一番気に入っているタイトルです、まず。まあ本当にマイクロソフトに入って、新しいタイトルを考えてくれって言われたときに、まあ、自分はそのカードゲームが当時からすごく好きだったんですね。一番遊んだのはマジック・ザ・ギャザリング。ティフスぐらいまで遊んでて、そこから先はあまりやってないです。でもカードゲームのアニメとか漫画って大体カードを出してるんじゃなくて、カードを使ってすごいこうイメージの戦いを繰り広げるじゃないですか。それを実際にゲームにできないかなって思ったんです。
One of the things that's always been amazing about Phantom Dust to me is that it was an original Xbox game, but I really think that it looked like an Xbox 360 game. Maybe I'm nostalgic and biased, but it always felt like not just ahead of its time in terms of game design, but like visually it's so beautiful.
もともとファントムダストの、プロトタイプをプレゼンに行った時に、まあ、それが通ってマイクロソフトとしてじゃあこれを最後まで開発しましょうってなった時に、これが今マイクロソフトで開発する最先端のタイトルですって言ってギアーズ・オブ・ウォーの開発中のを見せてもらったんですね。でそれを見てノーマルマッピングも使ってるんだ Xbox でできるんじゃ俺たちもやろうぜって言って頑張ってやったんですね。マイクロソフトにはいやこれから Xbox はノーマルマッピングが当たり前になりますって言われてたんですごい頑張ったんでやったんですけど、その他には出ませんでした。あまりノーマルマップのタイトルは。
Wow, impressive. Is there, do you have any specific memories from the development of Phantom Dust that stand out to you?
開発してる時に、昼休みになると、みんな自分たちで作ってるファントムダストをプレイするんですね。で、それぐらいチームメンバーもみんな熱狂してて、もう仕事が終わっても自分たちの作ってるゲームを遊ぶとか休憩時間に自分たちのゲームを遊ぶっていうことは長い開発者の中でその時だけですし、まあやっぱりそれはすごくチーム一丸となって盛り上がってやってました。
What was your reaction when you found out it was not getting an American or a North American release?
はい、もちろんその件はすごくよく知っていて、まあこれあんまり言うと、まああれだな、ちょっとマイクロソフトから怒られると思うので、まあいろいろあって、アメリカでマイクロソフトからは出ないっていう話になった時はすごいショックだったのと、まあもともと出すっていう話だったのでショックだったのと、あとやっぱりその自分だけではなくてマイクロスタジオゲームスタジオの人たちは すごく精力的に頑張ってくれて、なんとか出そうとして。
This fact that the cancellation of Phantom Dust overseas bummed Yukio out really interested me, because while Yukio may have put on a brave face at Tokyo Game Show that year, it was clear that this decision felt like a major defeat to Yukio and his team.
でも、まあなんか自分が過去やったタイトルって、パンツァードラグーンサーガとかもそうなんですけど、あまりこう出すタイミングとか環境に恵まれなくて、後からカルト化することがよくあるので、またそうなっちゃうのかなって思いました。どうかと思いますけど、ちょっとああいうゲームを出すのが早すぎたかなと思います。
Now, this sentiment that Phantom Dust suffered from being ahead of its time, Yukio is not the first person to say this. This is something I've heard over and over and over when talking to people about the game, even within Microsoft.
Actually, it was way ahead of its time. This game deserves to be brought back. It actually feels almost more like a game that, if it had been designed and released today, it would have had a better chance of people paying attention just because of the type of games that people are playing nowadays. It's a kick-ass fighting game.
Right.
When you play that game with 4 people that know what they're doing and start playing arsenals off of each other, it's like there's just this infinite amount of depth.
I feel like, as a gamer, I feel shamed, especially as how much I love the Panzer Dragoon series, that I missed something from Furatsugi-san. Like, this thing is amazing. It has a unique design. It's incredible.
Phantom Dust, instead of building decks, what you do is you build arsenals. Nobody has ever built a perfect arsenal in the 13 years that the game has been out and circulating.
Even the current overall head of Xbox, Phil Spencer, agrees. I got the chance to speak with him back in 2016, and I snuck in a question about the game, and here's what he told me. Quote, I love Phantom Dust. I think the mechanics in Phantom Dust were ahead of their time, and I think about what today's platforms enable in bringing that gameplay mechanic and story and setting to even, frankly, the 360. And we kind of did that with the back compat stuff we did then, but definitely today's world would really help cement what that game could have achieved. And while current day members of the Xbox team are pretty willing to gush openly about their love for Phantom Dust, back in 2003, it was a different story with a different set of executives, and the sentiment around the game within Microsoft wasn't quite as universally positive.
シアトルの本社で、しばらくの間僕シアトルとかレドモンドに滞在してテストをやって、いろいろチューンした向こう、アメリカの本社のスタッフとチューンしてしばらくアメリカにいたことがあるんです。だからマイクロソフトの中でもすごく熱狂的に推してくれてこれは面白いっていう人とゲームがよくわからないっていう人に2つに分かれたんですね。だからそれが多分いろいろ起きた原因だと思います。
Now, in 99.9% of cases, that's where this story would end. Microsoft made a unilateral decision not to publish a game, their game that they developed themselves and paid for completely, so that would be the end of it. But that's not what happened. See, at the 11th hour, through some sort of deal that I still don't understand the details of, a very unlikely hero swooped in. The now defunct video game publisher, Majesco.
Throughout the years, Majesco has continued to deliver hit after hit of high-quality interactive entertainment for a variety of gaming systems.
Just 6 months after the Japanese launch of Phantom Dust, all of a sudden the game was arriving on North American store shelves, ludicrously priced at a mere $19.99. And everything about this is weird. I mean, here we have an exclusive first-party Xbox game developed by Microsoft themselves that they're declining to release in their largest territory, and it was getting released by Majesco, by a budget game publisher. According to Yukio, though, this was a thrilling development.
まあその結果マジェスコから出すことになったので、まあとりあえずリリースはできてよかったなとは思いました。
So we were trying to push upper management into this is good, this is good, this is good. Times being what happened, we ended up with not shipping the game. Majesco did it in the US, etc. Bad history, long story. We'll save that for later.
Now, interesting side note, this series of events with Majesco releasing the game in a weird roundabout way is actually the reason I'm such a huge Phantom Dust fan. As a kid, I found it way easier to justify buying a $20 game than a $50 game for
this is one thing I agree with him on pretty wholeheartedly.
In fact, I loved Phantom Dust so much
I can't tell you how many games I bought that were budget games that ended up being like some of my favorite games of all time.
which led to every single person in my friend group,
Custom
including my
Robo
friend Brian
Arena
behind the camera,
was one of them.
becoming just as obsessed with Phantom Dust as I was. In fact, I was so crazy
That
about
I
this
can
game as a
think
kid
off
that
the
I
top
even
of my head.
imported the soundtrack CD from Japan. I listened to this soundtrack all the time as a kid, and I even included
Target
in my
used to have a
first
pretty
ever upload on this
robust,
YouTube channel, a video project that I did
like
for my
budget
ninth
game,
grade
video
English
game
class about the
section.
book Siddhartha. Oh, hello. I didn't notice you because I had my hands on my favorite Dickens. Now, tragically, I no longer have that poster or that soundtrack, but check this out.
Let's see what else. Let's look over to my shelf and see what's up.
Look at that. Huh? And then also got this. Also got this right here.
It's too dark.
That
But
felt natural and
Target, I used
By
to.
the way, one of my favorite
Target,
things
God,
about
Target
the
is
soundtrack
so
is
good.
included in every copy of
I
it
used to. I picked up
this,
fucking Pokemon Coliseum
Phantom Dust
XD.
card from a
Pokemon
non-existent
XD Gale of
Phantom Dust
Darkness.
trading card game that they
That's like
never
a fucking
actually
$200 game, and I
One of
got
my
it for
favorite collector's
$15
items
new.
of all time. And if you're wondering how I got these back all these years later, the answer is actually
I ended
connected
up.
to the
I
previous
remember
sponsor,
I was in a
Buyee.
GameStop
Buyee,
once,
if you haven't heard of
and
them,
they
is
brought in a
essentially
bunch of
a
used
resource
copies of
and one
Metroid Prime 2, but they had one that was sealed like new, and he sold it to me for the same price. It was like $8. It was nothing.
Rakuten, and more. Retailers who typically don't offer shipping outside of Japan. From there, Buyee will allow
What
you to
else?
consolidate all your Japan purchases into one single package and ship it to you all at once, which saves you a tremendous amount of time and money. It rules.
Oh no,
Buyee was
fucking Mega Man Legends on PlayStation. I got that at a CVS. I found it with like DVDs and CDs, and I remember I saw it and I begged my dad to let me come back and buy it for $15, and he did.
That is like a collector's item that maybe no one on earth cares about.
That's one of my. That game is like a was a fucking transformative experience for me. I have to play it on stream. That's another one I gotta play.
Coupon for 2,000 yen worth of Buyee purchases, absolutely free.
I don't know if I'm gonna continue with Mario Wonder. I like it.
So,
I don't know. It was
this is
fun,
my
but
favorite
like.
part of the video. This is what I've been looking forward to most. See, I've talked before about games like Phantom Dust, games that are beloved to me personally.
Oh, fucking Buyee. Yeah. That's one thing I've always hated about Nick's ad reads is that I hate that like buying things from Japan has become more accessible for like fucking low power level individuals.
Is that this time around the situation is
Because it's just made it worse for everybody.
opposite.
Like it really has.
See, unlike so many of these lost classic games that
I hate that my hobbies have become popular with the wrong
Phantom
types
Dust
of people.
has been saved, preserved perfectly. And not only has it been preserved, it's available for free right now on Xbox and PC with full Xbox Live for anyone who wants it for $0. Let me repeat that. The person watching this, if you have an Xbox or a PC, you can go get Phantom Dust, the whole game, including the full single-player campaign, cross-platform multiplayer, all of it, right this second, legally for $0. Pretty insane, right? Oh, also, it's been remastered in 4K and has 1,000 achievement points if you're into that sort of thing, and has split screen. It's a free video game now. Maybe you're wondering why. How did this happen? How is one of the best video games ever made just sitting there for free on the Xbox store? It's a long, twisty, confusing story, one that involves a series of social media teases, an E3 stage reveal, and a Phantom Dust reboot that was later canceled. But long story short, it led to this. A world in which somehow my personal favorite game of all time got a full 4K remaster available for free to anyone who wants to play it. And that's incredible.
Your secret special one? Ooh, nice. I need to get me, like I said, I need to get me a better deputy service. I need to get one that doesn't get tagged as a deputy service. Like they just kind of like appear as like a regular buyer.
Outside a few dozen Phantom Dust veterans who still run their own high-level 2v2 Phantom Dust tournaments with commentary, which, by the way, really fun to watch, and I definitely recommend you check these guys out.
and the ice sword, and the lightning sword, and PD puts it away.
Other than them, there's bafflingly
Because the
few
one that
people
was
playing
that
this
for me
amazing
kind of
game.
did not
Something
become
that I
that.
think needs to change.
But I don't really like Zen that much.
and here's what I've
The thing I hate about Zen is that they're very dishonest about their fees that they take. Because they only take a 300 yen fee. Well, now it's 500 per item. But they charge you to put money into the system too.
Where the game gives everyone a pre-constructed deck from the developers, perfect for newcomers. So if you've never played a card game before, you don't even have to worry about deck building. And my
Yeah.
guess is that even if you're brand new to this and have never
No,
played
yeah,
this
we
before, which
I need some. I don't know how to set up a auction thing for
what's so good about this game.
Yahoo
With any
Japan.
luck, this happy hour will be a fun enough and successful enough event that we can make this a recurring weekly thing. And on that note, I've also set up a Google Calendar for these Phantom Dust happy hours if you want a reminder, and a brand new Phantom Dust Discord server to make it easy to find matches, discuss deck building strategy, etc. There's links to both of these in the description. Again, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Mark your calendar. I'll be there. Hopefully we can bring this amazing game back to life. So with all that behind us, I feel like there's still one big obvious question here, one elephant in the room. It's been almost 18 years since this singular, one-of-a-kind, deeply underrated, ahead of its time game came out. So what about the future of Phantom Dust? Is there hope for more of it? It's hard to say for sure. I think a lot of it depends on whether or not this community can be bolstered again. But when I asked Yukio how he felt about Phantom Dust today, one of the first things he said was this. What's your main feeling when you think back on Phantom Dust today?
でぜひ続編はやりたいなと思っててとはいえシステム的に今ならこうしたいとかここはこう今のトレンドに合わせてこう変えたいとかっていうのはすごくあってリメイクを作る Windows 版
Really, that's funny. They don't take they don't take Master Quad.
そのまま出したいっていう風に言われたので
What are some of the things that you would want to update in a potential sequel to Phantom Dust?
多分言っちゃうとすごいゲームの根本的なところなのであんまり言えないけどファントムダストってやっぱりまずデッキを組まないとみんなで対戦できないっていうところがその最初のハードルがやっぱ高かったと思うんですね。それをなんとかする方法をいくつか思いついているので、そういう仕組みも入れたいと。
Now, of course, it's very cool that when asked about this old game, not only does Futatsugi-san immediately start talking about how he's been ruminating on ideas for a sequel for the past 15 years, but it's also really cool and actually heartening that Futatsugi-san is so protective of these ideas, that he doesn't want to say them out loud to me and would rather hold them back for the sequel to surprise fans. To me, that indicates that not only is the first game truly this man's pride and joy, but he seems hell-bent on taking another stab at it someday and bringing us back to the world of Phantom Dust. And while Microsoft still owns the rights to the Phantom Dust IP, there's every indication that they're open to this idea too. Around the time of this re-release, I spoke to Studio Creative Director for Phantom Dust, Adam Icecream.
I want people to play it, right? I want multiplayer to be successful. You know,
I came late to this party, right? And I discovered Phantom Dust on the Xbox 360. I played it and I was just like, oh my God, how did I miss this game? Like, how did me, like being a design guy and being, you know, in the industry for so long, how did I miss and not know about this? It was just mind-blowing to me that Futatsugi had created this incredible blend of a strategy game and a combat game, like this completely different fighting game than anyone had seen before.
If people just love and keep playing Phantom Dust, especially the multiplayer, that makes a really great argument for us to do more stuff with Phantom Dust. And that's really what I want out of it.
The fact that people like Adam and people like Phil Spencer, the people within Microsoft who are the biggest advocates for this game on the planet, these are the decision makers at Xbox in 2022. It's hard to imagine better allies in trying to make Phantom Dust happen than the head of the Xbox division and multiple other executive level employees.
And then they never did another Phantom Dust ever again.
Make this video now that this is the opportunity to rally support around this game. This might be our last shot at bringing back Phantom Dust.
It
and
literally
it would
was.
really bum me out if I didn't at least try and help. To that end, I've put together a simple petition you can sign if you'd like to support the idea of us getting, at long last, a Phantom Dust sequel directed by Yukio Futatsugi himself. By taking a few seconds to sign this, you'll be helping show Microsoft that there's a meaningful contingent of people out there who recognize that this game was something special, and who want to see its creator finally give us the sequel he spent the past 20 years dreaming about.
Oops. So
And look, I know a lot of people say petitions don't do anything,
'Cause
but
they don't.
I'd say we've done this 3 times on this channel so far, and you know what? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Beyond that, I really hope you join us for these Phantom Dust happy hours and in the Phantom Dust Discord. I'm really looking forward to finally logging into this game, and for the first time in over a decade, seeing a ton of multiplayer matches to hop into. Again, the link for all this stuff is in the description below.
Oh, Nick.
One last thing. This video has been years in the making. I shot that interview with Yukio back in 2020, and so to finally celebrate finishing this project, I've teamed up with one of my favorite merch creators, Windscene, for this incredible one-off bootleg Phantom Dust tee, designed in the style of old 2000s video game promo shirts. This limited time shirt will only be available for the next 4 weeks, so definitely grab one of these before they're gone forever.
This
And
video
lastly,
is
thank you
3
to
years
my channel
old.
members for making videos like this one possible. We've got some great members-only content lined up for this one, including my entire interview with Yukio Futatsugi, and for the first time, my full playthrough with commentary of Phantom Dust's entire single-player campaign. Episodes of that will begin coming out once a week on Thursdays, starting now. This is not the last time you'll hear me talk about Phantom Dust on this channel, not by a long shot, so stay tuned, subscribe, turn on notifications, whatever. I'm going to keep making Phantom Dust content until I'm dead. Goodbye. That's a good ending. I'm going to keep making Phantom Dust content until I'm dead. If you remember... The Super Monkey Ball franchise has spent the past decade in absolute freefall. After debuting in 2001 with a pair of phenomenal arcade platformers on the GameCube, the series fell into a sharp decline, with Sega releasing well over a dozen increasingly terrible video games. A slow-motion 15-car pileup of bad games culminating in a monstrosity called Super Monkey Ball Bounce, a terrible Peggle clone released on smartphones in 2014. Now, Super Monkey Ball Bounce is important. It's a symbolic representation of how far the monkey fell from the tree. This game, it seemed, was the furthest Sega could possibly stray from II's Divine Light. Not content to simply desecrate the Monkey Ball franchise with pale imitations of the original game's core gameplay, Bounce took it one step further. With Bounce, Sega intended to squeeze what little blood there was left in this stone by throwing a Monkey Ball skin on a game that had literally nothing to do with Super Monkey Ball. A shameless cash grab copy.
Did he ever mention it again? Nope. Although, to be fair, Nick does not seem to be very active on the internet anymore. He does. I don't. He doesn't stream. I checked his Twitch. He was very not active for 2020. So I don't know what happened.
Super Monkey Ball go from this to this. Well, if you ask me, it all comes down to 2 simple words: daddy issues. Let me explain. See, from the very beginning, the Super Monkey Ball franchise was shepherded by one brilliant man, Amusement Vision studio head Toshihiro Nagoshi. A bright-eyed young man
Which is kind of sad,
creating
because honestly, that video makes me want to try that game.
Monkey Ball arcade release in 2001.
It seems very much like, you know what it kind of reminds me of? I was talking about Pokemon Coliseum. It reminds me of Coliseum. It's got that, like, Y2K kind of grunge thing going on. God, Coliseum is such a video game. I don't want to say it's... There's things about it that are incredibly frustrating, but yet I love it. I never ever beat it. I got like to the end multiple times. And then there's also like some ridiculous... There's like a ridiculous fucking like 100 battle thing. Like you have to... the whole shadow Pokemon thing kind of sucks. As a mechanic, it's a slog to deal with.
Something bigger. This all led up to one key moment. And it was in 2005 when Nagoshi held a press conference in Tokyo's Shinjuku ward where he said,
But
for a while now, I've wanted to create a powerful, gritty drama where you feel the sense of humanity. After a lot of thought, this is the product we've arrived at.
when I say Pokemon used to be more dire, that is one of the games that I constantly like kind of refer to. It's very Pokemon needs more of what Coliseum had to offer, I think. But Nintendo doesn't like that anymore. Nintendo, well, Game Freak, I guess, could be to blame mostly for this. But like,
was dissolved, merged into Sega's new entertainment division. Their goal? To shift focus away from arcadey.
You 100%ed that fucking game? Are you kidding me? I used to read the strategy guide for that, and it blew my fucking mind how much shit was in that game. I don't know, maybe if there's a good guide for it, I'd do it. But I don't know how fun Pokemon Coliseum would be to stream, but I would be open to checking that out again. I don't know if I do. XD is the one I haven't played. I don't know if Coliseum is better than XD or the other way around.
He stopped directing the new Super Monkey Ball games, serving as a distant producer rather than a hands-on director. Toshihiro Nagoshi had
oh my god. Well, I guess that's one way to do it.
With Yakuza 2 on the way. Eventually, Nagoshi turned his back completely on Super Monkey Ball, ending his directorial duties on the series. But before he did that,
yeah, the game is not perfect, but I appreciate the soul of Pokemon Coliseum. Because like, I'm gonna be real. I think fucking Ruby Sapphire Emerald might be one of my favorite.
Big deal for the Monkey Ball franchise. Putting aside a handful of re-releases.
No, it's slow. It's really fucking slow.
Banana Blitz was the first true Monkey Ball game since the phenomenal Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2. And better still, it was a launch title for Nintendo's brand new Wii console. And indeed, on paper, this is a marriage made in heaven. I mean, here we had a game series about rolling a ball around on a stage and a game console built around physical motion controls. Ostensibly, Banana Blitz was the perfect...
That's like one of my favorite eras of Pokemon, is the Ruby Sapphire Emerald era.
It was bad.
Diamond and Pearl is okay, but not great, even though there's Pokemon I love from Diamond and Pearl. I don't know, just something about the Ruby Sapphire Emerald thing. I don't know, it's very compelling. And then Black and White was pretty good, although like every Pokemon era has its problems with it.
Pretty clumsy solution. Just put guardrails around every single level. That way you can't But Nick, you're asking, doesn't that defeat the entire point of the game? Isn't that a complete betrayal of the core design philosophy of Super Monkey Ball?
But
the answer is yes. I mean, despite the silly name and colorful appearance, those first two Monkey Ball games were shockingly hardcore. A brutal expression of unadulterated, pure level design. Like an overripe version of its namesake fruit, Banana Blitz was softer. Much softer. Banana Blitz's hardest stages were easier than some of Monkey Ball 2's easiest. Compare this late game level in Banana Blitz to this pretty early level in Super Monkey Ball 2. The difference in challenge is astounding. Because of the series' roots as a quarter-munching arcade game, the original two Super Monkey Ball games were tough as all get out, just challenging, skill-testing experiences. With the release of Banana Blitz, Sega had chosen to shave all these edges away, often literally. To a fan of the first two Monkey Ball games, playing Banana Blitz felt like going to a bowling alley and then trying to bowl with the bumper rails up. Sure, the ball rolling action was technically there, but virtually all the challenge and skill testing had been sucked out of it, and you felt like a stupid baby for even playing it. Combine this wrong-headed approach to level design with the totally unnecessary...
I wonder what the first game I'm gonna stream for Pokemon will be.
Boss battles for some reason, and you had a certifiable bad game on your hands. After
I wonder which one I'm gonna do.
Expanded beyond the Wii, but the damage to the game's DNA had already been done. Super Monkey Ball had left its motion controls behind, but tragically, as new games released, the guardrails remained, often to accommodate janky, imprecise control methods like the Wii Remote, the DS Stylus, and even the Wii Balance Board. Sega continued this pattern for years. They kept making Monkey Ball games with worse and worse control schemes made playable by easier and easier levels. Perhaps the most egregious example of all is the one I just alluded to, Super Monkey Ball Step and
I know
Roll.
Pokemon games are super easy to emulate,
have to
but
get 19 levels deep
I have a
to
Game
find
Boy
yourself
Play.
before falling off
we
the
don't
game.
need to
Theoretically
fuck with that.
Like, even the guardrails have guardrails in this game. All that to say this. Toshihiro Nagashi's final game as director of Super Monkey Ball set the series on a destructive course that led to the franchise's undoing, and was such a spectacular failure, at least to Monkey Ball fans, that its mistakes have echoed through the series for an entire decade. So, fast forward to 2019. The 10th Yakuza game
I
is on
like
its
this
way,
song.
Toshihiro Nagoshi now looks like this, and nobody has seen or heard from the Monkey Ball franchise in 6 years, long enough to declare it legally dead. During this period, the only time Super Monkey Ball even crops up in the news is when Nagoshi tells Famitsu Magazine he never understood why it was popular in the first place, one final stab in the back to the franchise he created and later helped destroy. By this point, Monkey Ball fans the world over, myself included, had just given up on the idea that the franchise would ever return. The franchise's last entry, that shameful Peggle clone I mentioned, was a big enough disaster that Sega had actually delisted it from the App Store. A truly horrible, if perhaps fitting, note to end the series on. At long last, after over a dozen bad games, it seemed the franchise was finally dead. And right then, right as Monkey Ball fans the world over had finally abandoned all hope, this happened. I remember this clearly. I woke up one morning, got on the computer, and saw these headlines. Sega revives Super Monkey Ball with a new trademark in Japan. New trademark suggests that the Monkey Ball series is returning. Sega trademarks Tabegoro Super Monkey Ball in Japan. Out of disbelief, I even went and looked up the Japanese trademark application
But
myself.
yeah, that that like 2000s to 2013 era of Pokemon was very nice.
Huge news to the Super Monkey Ball
That was my peak involvement.
from Sega,
You know, I kind of realized something from some of the stuff you
in the comment section of articles all over the internet, you could find Monkey Ball fans.
you showed me, Rad. I think I may have a type with like some of the media that I'm into.
Honestly, who could blame them?
Like Pokemon, Ape Escape, Mega Man, and now like Beyblade. Like all that shit is like from Koro Koro, or like had stuff like or is involved by Koro Koro in some way. I think that might be kind of where my taste in Japanese media kind of just all comes from.
It was not a new game at all, but a remake. And out of the entire Super Monkey Ball library, out of every game,
Yeah, and now there's an Ape Escape manga that was published by Koro Koro.
Not the fan favorite,
and it's like,
not even the
big,
but the very game that symbolized Monkey Ball's decline. I was in disbelief. Honestly, this didn't even seem like a decision that was made by a human. This felt like, in many ways, the cruelest possible move Sega could make here, and I'm not alone in feeling that way. To take this beloved franchise from the brink of death only to remake a mediocre Wii game that served as the bellwether of the franchise's decline, it was unimaginably inhumane. It'd be like if Sega forgot that Sonic existed for most of a decade and then triumphantly announced Sonic's return by proudly announcing that they were remaking and remastering Sonic 06. And it seemed as though Sega was almost going out of their way to rub salt into this wound. Take for instance the game's launch trailer. I'm not kidding, this is the line that they open the launch trailer with.
It's a brand new Super Monkey Ball game!
Unbelievable. Now, the comments on this video are predictably pointing out the same thing I am, that it is absolutely not, in any sense of the word, a new Monkey Ball game. But it wasn't just the comments on this trailer where Monkey Ball fans rose up to make themselves heard. A cursory glance at the Steam reviews of Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD...
LBX! Oh my god, I forgot about LBX, dude. I have so many of those fuckers sitting in the box. Yeah, it kind of was.
This brand new Monkey Ball game, only to have the rug pulled out from under us for the 16th time, it hurt a lot. And you might be wondering, so what? If you hate the game so much, just ignore it. No one's forcing you to buy it. Unfortunately, dear viewer, that is where you're wrong. In the lead up to Banana Blitz HD's release, Sega has come
fucking
out and
Yamanovan.
said that they're open to making more
Or
Monkey Ball
Bomb.
games in the future, if and only if Banana Blitz HD
Goddamn
sells.
fucking Achilles.
The headlines were clear.
Tiny
Quote,
orbit make.
"Buy Super
Yeah,
Monkey
the
Ball Banana
splits.
Blitz HD and
Fuck.
Sega might remake
Oh
the
my
original game."
god.
In essence, Sega was
I'm being fucking. I'm being mind melded. I'm getting fucking inceptioned.
So, it pains me to admit this, but I did. Choking back bile, I finally...
I'm falling through the fucking dream. Was I truly just a Japanese child on the inside all along? Done. Zoids, I had a Zoid growing up as a kid, just like Beyblade. You know, I got like one Zoid and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I just never went anywhere with it. Masinhiro Wataru. I did not. I've heard that name before, though.
So I booked a ticket and got on a flight to Tokyo.
Jesus Christ. Oh, shit. I feel like I've seen this. I'll have to check this out. This looks cool. It's kind of like Reunite. Reminds me of. Or like, Night and, Ramune, which I've tried watching Night and Ramune. I haven't gotten far enough in it to get to the part where it's the Saber Marionette J guy doing the art. I've watched some of the original series, though.
After a 12-hour flight,
Jesus Christ.
began devising my plan. I knew I had to figure out a way
I
to
was
strike
truly
first
just a
Sega
Japanese
using the
child
Wii
on the
to get my
inside
vision.
all along.
I had to figure out something I could do that Sega would hate.
I feel like a piece of the puzzle has been unlocked in my brain.
And that's when I remembered it. For years now, I've been on the receiving end of email communication from Sega's PR team. If you remember, the moment that the Banana Blitz HD bombshell was dropped on me, that news came to me courtesy of an email from Sega PR. And for as long as I can remember, one aspect of Sega PR's emails has always jumped out at me. Contained in the sidebar of each and every Sega PR blast is the following disclaimer. Quote, please note, any alteration of art assets provided in this email, including but not limited to flipping, major cropping, drop shadowing, stroking, glowing, and or color brightness contrast modification, is strictly prohibited without express prior consent from Sega. Thank you for your cooperation. Well, unfortunately for Sega, one man wouldn't be cooperating. Step 1 was selecting an art asset to vandalize. In order to make my message clear, I knew I had to select an image from the Banana Blitz announcement
Alright, I
email,
need to
and after
fucking
looking
get
through a
going
few
on this shit.
screenshots, I finally chose my victim. Gon on a snowboard. Hurriedly, I opened the image in Adobe Photoshop and began executing each and every one of Sega's forbidden edits. Flipping, major cropping, drop shadowing, stroking, glowing, color modification, brightness modification, and contrast modification. I took a deep breath. It was done. I sat back and looked upon the monstrosity I had created. I had just broken each and every one of Sega's 8 commandments, and to be honest, the rush was exhilarating. The next step would be to take my creation from the digital world into reality. Luckily, Japan had a solution for that too. I walked over to a nearby Lawson convenience store and got to work.
Yokai Watch I didn't get into. That was one I kind of missed out on. I have the first game. I got it at a Five Below for Five Below, back when Five Below was still Five Below and not Wish.com. Wish that the thing you were trying to buy was Five Below. Like the fucking title of the store that made it what it was. Yeah. What was level 5? Level 5 games, I feel like they have a very specific type. An archetype, if you will.
After just a couple minutes, there it was. In my very hands, I held it. The greatest piece of protest artwork since Pablo Picasso's Guernica. Now, all that was left was to hand-deliver my message in person. Here's where it gets tricky. I'm sure this goes without saying, but Sega has a much larger footprint in Japan than it does here in America. Simply typing Sega into Google Maps produces dozens and dozens of results in Japan, largely thanks to the high quantity of Sega arcades located all over Tokyo.
Not anymore, Nick.
Just go to an arcade. I wanted to
I'm
go
pretty
to
sure all Sega arcades are gone now.
So I loaded up Wikipedia. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wikipedia isn't
I
the
believe
most
they're
reliable
Genda
website
Gigo arcades.
Heck, I've even been personally
Because
led astray by Wikipedia
my
when it
Blast
comes to seeking
Plinky
Sega-related info.
has a Genda Gigo tag on it.
But nonetheless, I persisted. I loaded up the Wikipedia page for Sega, and boom. Not just a city, but a photograph of the headquarters itself, and alongside it, an address. The Sumitomo Furosan Osaki Garden Tower, located in Tokyo's Shinagawa ward. I knew where I had to go. I made my way to Shibuya Station and began traveling towards Shinagawa. In all my visits to Tokyo, I'd never been to Shinagawa before, in large part because I never had any reason to. This neighborhood was known for being the headquarters for many large corporations, including Namco Bandai, Lawson, and, as of January 2018, a little company called Sega.
Neat. Huh. Maybe I'll give that a shot. It looks cool. Looks like it got an English translation.
The tower, the sky began to turn to an ominous gray color, and the pit of my stomach began to fill with a sense of dread. Briefly, I stopped to apply some tape to my artwork, and during this brief reprieve, I couldn't help but thinking, was this a terrible idea? Should I really be messing with Sega? This is a company with a revenue of over 200 billion yen every year, and a company whose alleged ties to the Yakuza are one of the
Let's
worst
see.
secrets in video games. The stories out there
46 bucks on
were terrifying.
Plasia.
Property, even kidnappings. To quote one man interviewed in John Saponiak's book, The Untold History of Japanese Game Developers Volume 2.
Maybe I'll add it to my Christmas list. Although I wonder if it'll survive till Christmas.
You have to be smart. I gulped. Before I knew it, I was there.
I feel like I ask for a lot of Switch games for Christmas. I just kind of never play them, or they just don't ever excite me. I was looking at this recently.
Trying to muster the courage to go inside, I began pacing back and forth in the street. Here I was, about to go inside the headquarters of a powerful gaming company with alleged Yakuza ties, all to deliver a message about the state of Super Monkey Ball, a series whose creator, with all due respect, looked like he got bit by a Yakuza 15 years ago and started slowly transforming into one.
That's a great fucking line.
Then, I remembered why I was doing
You
this
went
in the
so
first place.
fucking hard
Not
with
just for
that
me,
shit.
For everyone who cared about Super Monkey Ball. The old fans, the speedrunners, and most poignantly of all, the newcomers. I had to do this to avenge the people who watched my Monkey Ball videos and, thinking the game looked fun, went out and accidentally bought
Well, if it got a digital release, the thing is that there's a good chance that the
not good video game and to help ensure a better future for the franchise I loved so dearly. I had no clue
there's a good chance that it will just boot up in English.
I saw my hidden camera in my shirt pocket, began filming.
Usually PlayAsia is pretty good about saying whether or not a game will boot up in English on Switch. Oh, Japanese only. It's Japanese only, while in the Japanese eShop it is showed. Oh man, that sucks.
Cautiously, I begin exploring the building. Upon walking in, I'm shocked to find that this lobby is enormous, a space the size of an airport terminal. There was a restaurant, a convenience store, a coffee shop. This skyscraper had everything, and I began to wonder why someone would ever leave this place.
It would appear that if I were to...
Pretty soon I spotted a company directory and I made a beeline towards it. I began poring over the list, the names of dozens and dozens of huge Japanese companies. But then, alphabetically under S, I found it. Sega Games Co. Limited.
I'll have to see.
Trying not to look
I'll have to
suspicious, I
see.
keep walking, my heart and my head both going a million miles per hour. And it's then, while making a quick adjustment to my hidden camera, that I nearly collide with a uniformed security guard.
But later. I need to finish this. And I am far off from being done with this.
Terrified and trying not to blow my cover, I keep walking forward, mere feet from the security guard, and then miraculously, he turns away from me, revealing that he was actually just helping walk an older man towards the exit. Close call. Doing my best to keep calm, I walk out of the headquarters and regroup. This skyscraper has multiple entrances, and I know that if I walk around the perimeter of the building, I could re-enter from behind and make a second attempt. On the other hand, I also now know that if this security guard sees me a second time, walking around looking confused, I'd be toast. I began racking my brain about what I might say if I get confronted. Should I pretend I have a meeting at Sega? Who's my meeting with? Do I make up a fake name? Thinking fast, I pull out my phone and begin taking a fake phone call.
Yeah, I'm in the lobby area.
Thinking that this operates both as a pretty good disguise and as a way to surreptitiously get better footage of the premises. It starts to dawn on me that I'm running low on time. Here I stood in the belly of the beast on the reception floor of Sega, and I knew that the longer I spent wandering around...
Yeah, but I want a physical copy. I want a physical copy.
What on earth I was doing there.
I like physical copies. I don't like...
And I knew I had to put it somewhere it would be seen, somewhere that every Sega employee would lay eyes on it, and where it would have the maximum possible
if it's like an updated version, then
And right then,
maybe I will just get it on
the front desk of Sega Sammy Holdings, the enormous 300 billion yen company
sucks.
consisting of all things Sega.
I hate not getting physical copies of games.
Every Sega employee coming in or out of this space would have to walk past this sign and would end up seeing my beautiful creation. And, most miraculously of all, it was completely unmanned. This was it. This was the perfect target for my operation.
Jeez. Fucking...
I knew that I only had a few moments
verification code.
To guard the
God, I hate that, like, every website wants to put fucking tracking cookies on your browser.
But there's just no time. It's now or never. I pull out my sticker, approach the front desk, and...
Okay. Well, I favorited it, so if it ever goes on sale,
Now all that was left was the escape. Unsure whether or not I had been seen, I began briskly walking out of Sega's headquarters, hoping not to arouse any more suspicion than I already had. I stepped through the doors.
Alright, well, it's favorited, so if it ever goes on sale, I will know.
The getaway is the most important part of any heist, and I had no plan in mind. So I just began power walking back to the nearest train station. Outside, it had begun to rain. I didn't even bring an umbrella. Briefly, I allow myself a moment to turn around and look back on the building I had just infiltrated, my mission complete, and then, just as quickly, began pacing back to the train station. Eventually, the rain getting heavier and heavier, I finally make my way to a busy intersection and manage to hail a taxi cab.
Shibuya?
And it's there, sitting in the back of the cab, safe and sound, shirt soaking wet, driving away from the scene of the crime, that it dawns on me. I had done it. I had succeeded in enacting this small yet powerful bit of vandalism, all in the name of a simple message. We, the fans of Super Monkey Ball, we deserve better. The next day, as I flew back to America, satisfied by a successfully completed mission, I thought about why I did this in the first place, about what I was trying to prove. And the truth is, a lot of people, myself included, sincerely love Super Monkey Ball. When I close my eyes and think about the beautiful fan art people have drawn celebrating those first 2 games all these years later, it feels abundantly clear to me that there's no shortage of passion for Monkey Ball in the world. The sad part, if you ask me, is that for the past 15 years, it appears that passion exists everywhere except inside of Sega. And the responsibility fell on me to bring some of that passion inside those walls.
Ready? Go!
You know, it's really funny watching these videos because you know what happens after the fact, that they made more Monkey Ball and it was bad. But this time it's kind of sad because they were kind of trying.
He's definitely not a household name. He's a game designer at Sega who's on the team responsible for Yakuza and Super Monkey Ball. Crucially, Shirosaki was also the director.
It's the typical, they tried to make a new version of the game in Unity. And of course, that is one thing that constantly irks me about like modern game development is like everyone just wants to make a fucking game in an existing game engine. And it really, I think people would kind of argue that like that's important, that stuff exists. But it really just kind of makes every game feel the fucking same.
Excellently designed levels that made me forget I was playing them for work reasons.
And I don't know if that's because people are lazy inside of engines and they can make that better, or if it's just the engine makes it
Shirosaki-san once volunteered this piece of info that gives us a remarkable amount of insight into the inner workings.
Samey.
Quote, I'm really grateful to the fans who still support the Monkey Ball series after all these years and who motivate me to create only the best games for them. And of course, I am aware that the most favored titles are the first 2 games. When considering how to bring Super Monkey Ball to modern platforms with the limited time and budget we had, Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz was the most reasonable option. In other words, the decision to port Banana Blitz didn't fall on Shirosaki. That decision was made by Sega. Personally, I think Masao Shirosaki could actually be the savior the Monkey Ball series has needed for 15 years now. So the final question then is, what does the future hold for Super Monkey Ball? Right now, nobody knows for sure. For now, the only clue we have to go on comes from Super Monkey Ball original narrator and my good friend Brian Matt, who posted the following cryptic message to Instagram recently. Quote, this is going to be interesting. Something is in the works. Stay tuned. #MonkeyBall. #Sega. Now, we don't know what this is. We don't know if it's a new Monkey Ball game, if it's a remake of 1 and 2. Nobody knows for sure. But one thing is certain. If we ever get a good Super Monkey Ball game again, it's definitely because I flew to Japan and put a sticker on the wall of a large game company's lobby. Thank you for watching. Luigi the Plumber, one of the greatest and most attractive characters ever thought up. He can jump high.
I love that he opens a Nintendo video with the fucking Sonic song.
Or so we thought.
He opens it up with City Escape.
June 2019, and I'm in a great mood. It's E3 season, and Nintendo has just kicked off this year's event by giving us our first real look at gameplay from Luigi's Mansion 3, and the game looks fantastic. Like a true return to form for these beloved quasi-horror adventure games starring our favorite green man.
Oh my god, I had a weird dyslexic episode.
That's exactly what happened.
And I was looking in the video description to see if what other songs he used. And he doesn't have it, but I basically I mashed a bunch of his little socials together to say watch me be a man child on Twitter.
Now at a distance this image almost seems perfectly fine, normal even, but as you look closer there's one major problem here, and perhaps you've spotted it already. No, not the hair. The hair's fine. Not the photorealistic clothes, although I'm not thrilled with those either. No, the problem is Luigi's mouth. Something about this mouth is just viscerally upsetting. This solitary image flies in the face of years of Nintendo's own rules about how to depict Luigi's biggest hole. Compare this Luigi to virtually any image of Luigi from the past 20 years, and the difference is clear. Prior to 2019, Luigi had a cartoon mouth, but starting with Luigi's Mansion 3, the man had been cursed with whatever this is. Now let's drill a little deeper into what makes Mouth Luigi, as I've come to call it.
Can I just say, I really did not care for Luigi's Mansion 3. I don't like the Luigi's Mansions where they farmed it out to the Nintendo subsidiary. I don't know what it is. They just don't feel fun.
Toys from childhood. Maybe you do, and maybe you're wondering why this Luigi reminds you so much of them. Well,
I know it's the company that made Mario Strikers. I believe they made Strikers Charged, not the original. Maybe they made the original.
Designed for biting through flesh and to break food into chewable pieces. And while you can find plenty of creatures in God's kingdom with identical sized and shaped teeth, humans are not one of them. This mouthful of anterior teeth makes Luigi look more like a reptile than a human being, like some sort of anterior crocodile alligator. And what's worse, this entire monstrosity is housed in this, a smooth, cavernous, and entirely lipless mouth. Now, what we've discussed so far, the tooth size, the tooth quantity, the lips, don't get me wrong, they're bad, but compared to what I'm about to show you, these are mere distractions. So without further ado, let's sink our teeth into what I believe to be the chief offender in this image, and that is Luigi's gums. Now, in researching this video, I have scoured the entire internet for every single image of Luigi's mouth, and I cannot find a single official example where Luigi was ever depicted with a gum line at all. I challenge you, open up the Luigi folder on your desktop right now, pull up your favorite picture of Luigi, and check for yourself, because I'm willing to bet hard cash that there will be nary a gum in sight. In fact, in all my tireless research into the history of Luigi's gums, I was only able to find one single exception. On the cover of the August 2001 issue of the UK-exclusive gaming rag Next Gen magazine, you can find this obscure and definitely unofficial render. Terrifying. And side note, immediately after Next Gen magazine chose to publish and distribute this horrifying image, the magazine was suddenly shut down for good by its publisher. Coincidence? That's for you to decide. At any rate, the fact remains that even at Luigi's most frightened, no gums have ever appeared before now. Sure, we'd see Luigi's teeth, maybe a little bit of tongue, but never, ever gums. More than anything else, this aspect of Mouth Luigi, the gums, is where Nintendo crossed into unforgivable territory. This flippant decision to violate decades of precedent around Luigi's mouth was far beyond the pale, and I knew it required a deeper investigation. But there's a major problem. See, as much as these gums disgust me on a visceral, physical level, I'm not medically qualified to diagnose them as actually unhealthy. And the last thing I want to do is slander Luigi's oral health without doing my full due diligence. So I paid a visit to Dr. Bilal Saib, an experienced and accredited dentist, to get an expert's opinion. Dr. Saib works in the field known as cosmetic dentistry, so he was the perfect person to weigh in on Luigi's mouth.
Are you familiar with this man?
Is that from yeah. I mean, is it Mario?
Have you seen Satoshi Kon's psychological thriller Paprika? How about the deeply underrated Studio Ghibli film The Secret World of Arrietty? Or how about John Wick 3 Parabellum, which features a Chiari Pamu Pamu song in it for some reason? If you're wondering what any of these movies have in common, besides the fact that they're all things I think are extremely good, it's this. Every single movie I just mentioned is only available on Netflix outside the USA. So if the answer to any of those questions...
The tooth shape.
And when we head to expressvpn.com...
I think the obvious components I think that come to mind when we talk about cosmetic dentistry would be like teeth shape and whiteness, for example, like bright teeth. Gum health, I assume, is that also a factor in there?
Sure. Yeah. See, because the tooth shape is dictated partly by the shape of the gums too. You want the gums to look nice and pink and nice like that, otherwise they look terrible. Everything's, you get this, you know, the movie The Mask, we had all the teeth are all the same square and coming all the way across. It looks terrible like that. You can actually make somebody look like that if you're not careful.
You can make them look like Jim Carrey in The Mask.
with whatever dental prosthetic he had on it for the movie.
With that out of the way, it was time to start asking Dr. Saib about Luigi's mouth, but first we had to establish a control, so I provided him with some counterexamples.
I have some images to show you.
Okay.
And I would love your, I guess, just like knee-jerk reaction in terms of how you'd evaluate the teeth from a cosmetic level and to some degree from a health level, I guess, if you're comfortable with that.
Okay.
So I think a good place to start is this character.
Ah.
Are you familiar with this man?
Is that from? Yeah. I mean, is it Mario?
This man's name is Wario.
Wario, that's right. He's the enemy of Mario.
That's right.
He's got a W instead of an M.
That's right. The character design has been altered and to some degree kind of bastardized over the years. And he used to look a lot more like Mario than he does today.
Okay.
But the oral hygiene aspect of this is kind of what I wanted your feedback on.
Well, there's no issue of hygiene at all, but the cosmetics are all wrong.
Interesting. So they're clean, but they're not aesthetically appealing necessarily.
I mean, all the teeth are the same teeth, and they're all shaped the same. They're all about size the same. Maybe the upper anteriors, upper front teeth are maybe they're okay, but he only has 6 teeth, which means he's here to here. So he doesn't have any back teeth.
He's earned the nickname among Nintendo fans as 12-Tooth Tony.
Yeah, well,
because he's got a dozen.
He only goes from canine to canine, basically, is what we say. And so, but they're clean. It doesn't look like he's got any disease on it.
Excellent. Number 2 here is a little bit tougher. But have you seen?
God, I wish I was better at clothing folds.
Not at all.
Interesting. His name's Waluigi.
Waluigi.
So you know how the Mario brothers, Mario and then
Wario.
Yeah. Well, Mario and then his brother's Luigi, and then this is Waluigi. That's correct.
Well, he's got 6 teeth like his friend, and they don't look dirty. They look nice and clean, actually. But if you were to put human teeth on a face like that, that would look horrible. It would just not work.
That's absolutely true.
It kind of fits his face.
I agree.
Like if he were to walk into my room and say, "I want you to give me some teeth," I would probably make him kind of like that. Maybe slightly smaller. Maybe add another tooth, just because I would want at least more than
add one more tooth
on each corner. So I would go like 8/8 instead of 6/6.
I see.
Possibly.
So this one came out a little bit bigger than the others, but it's also the one that I'm the most interested in. But I might have to.
Yeah, so you got to roll it down a little bit.
Yeah, because the mouth is really the most important part. I wish they hadn't printed it so big, because it's like the Luigi one is the one I'm most focused on. But does anything stand out to you about?
So basically, they humanized them a little bit more than the other 2 guys by adding more teeth and making them slightly smaller instead of these big wide things. I mean, these are still pretty wide.
That's right.
But the gum line kind of doing the arches.
I think, to be totally candid here, a major focus of this for me is the gums, because
the gums are red. They do look a little red. They almost look a little inflamed, like gum disease or like gingivitis or something. But the color is a little too red. But then again, that as a dentist, when I look at this, I'm not drawn to his teeth. Even as a guy.
The way Luigi's traditionally been depicted throughout history is with little to no visible gum.
If I had to help design this picture, I would have said make the gums a little pinker instead of this dark red, because dark red implies gum disease or inflammatory process.
I see.
This dark red.
Man, he really fucking did this. He really did this to a fucking
honed in on the color.
Cosmetic surgeon.
That's an aspect of it that I had not you had asked me what was alarming to me about this picture, I would have said the raisedness, because they do. If you look on the side teeth here, there's like you can see
thick.
It's thick and it sticks out from the teeth. It juts out in a way that to me feels raised and feels like potentially like early stages of gingivitis.
It could be, yeah, it could be. But that's a good assessment. Maybe it's a little puffier than ideal. You know, Luigi's supposed to be a good guy. He's not supposed to have puffy gums.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Their gum disease. And that's when you brush your teeth and it bleeds a little bit.
And would you?
I would say when he brushes his teeth, it probably bleeds a little.
That's horrifying news. So if Luigi's doing a full 2-minute brush with 30-second quadrants, he's probably raising some amount of blood in the mouth. When he spits, there's red in there with
Probably
the white.
Some, yes. And he needs to floss.
That's not. See, to me, my issue with that is that doesn't ring heroic for me. This is a role model for children on some level.
Yes.
And I think that that's maybe what I take issue with is that if kids are growing up thinking that this is what a healthy gum line looks like, that's not doing anybody any favors.
Yeah, I've never commented on video game characters before their dental condition.
This was damning. I mean, here we had a legitimate doctor of dentistry, an expert in his field, willing to testify on camera to the war zone that Luigi's mouth had become. And at first this felt like a victory, but slowly, gradually, it began to dawn on me that this conversation, while productive, wasn't enough. It was all still firmly in the realm of the theoretical, and I wanted proof. Hard evidence. After all, everything we've covered so far, my initial revulsion to the image, Dr. Saib's diagnosis, it was all based on just one single image, one photograph of Luigi. It dawned on me that if I truly wanted to get to the bottom of this, I would need to go deeper into Luigi's mouth. Much deeper. And that meant one thing. I would have to track Luigi down in person. Out of options and desperate for some sort of resolution, I knew what I had to do. So I booked a ticket and headed to the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, California in search of answers.
Alright.
I knew that this year Luigi's Mansion 3 was among the games Nintendo was planning to show off at the convention. And my hope was that by going there in person, I could track down some additional
Alright, let's make a copy of this layer. Whoops, I actually didn't finish this layer. That's right, I gotta do.
I arrived at the Los Angeles Convention Center and began making a beeline towards the West Hall and towards my target, the Nintendo booth. And as I approached my destination,
Have I been doing the black in his ears?
And the Mario and
Well, his ears aren't visible in this one.
Official climbing wall.
They're visible there.
True dread began to grow in the pit of my
Visible
stomach.
there. Okay, so I have been doing it correctly.
I had no actual idea how big a presence Luigi's Mansion 3 would or would not have at Nintendo's booth this year.
I bet that's why that looks so fucked up. Is because I used it the same one twice.
But as I got closer and closer to Nintendo's booth, Animal Crossing was nowhere in sight. And what I saw instead filled me with disbelief. For this year's convention, Nintendo had opted to transform their entire booth into a haunted mansion, specifically Luigi's Mansion. And as if that weren't enough, on one side of the Nintendo booth, covering a full wall in an act of pure, unmitigated defiance of good taste, Nintendo had erected an enormous 25-foot wall, a monument to this exact render of Luigi's mouth. My jaw dropped, almost as low as Luigi's jaw in this image. I gawked at the wall, Luigi's mouth looming over me like the entrance to a cave full of eldritch horrors, and I began to feel truly insane. I mean, here was this enormous, deeply unnerving monolith depicting Nintendo's second most
Oh, fuck me, that's right. I gotta add all those little rings.
Yet, all around me, people were just walking past this thing like it was normal, like everything was fine. I even began to wonder, was the problem with me? Feeling increasingly desperate and more than a little curious about the extent of Nintendo's brainwashing, I flagged down the nearest Nintendo representative at the booth and I asked her.
Can I ask you something for a video I'm working on? So I've been looking at this Luigi over the past 3 days, and I'm worried about his gum situation. What do you make of his oral health, basically? Is what I'm trying to find out.
His gingivitis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it looks like there's something the matter with Luigi's mouth.
Those 5 words looks like he has gingivitis, they reinvigorated me.
Okay.
This proved that the reality distortion field around Luigi's mouth, while extremely powerful, wasn't invulnerable, and
Am
not
I missing
even Nintendo's
anything?
own staffers were completely blind.
I think we're ready to start.
Feeling
Oh
confident
yeah,
and
that's
with a
right. I got to
renewed
do the
sense of
fucking
purpose,
sketchbook.
There was only one thing left to do, and that was to enter Luigi's Mansion myself. Soon, I find myself standing just on the precipice of Luigi's Mansion with no real idea what awaits me on the other side. Outside the entrance are costumed bellhops, paid actors no doubt, and before long these very same men beckon me inside.
Thank you very much. One more.
I walk with the men down a pitch-black hallway that opens up into an enormous, dimly lit foyer. Purple black lights and billowing smoke fill the air, and spiritual apparitions dance across the walls. Before I can get a good look at my surroundings, I'm quickly escorted to a booth to play a demo of Luigi's Mansion 3. Immediately, I do my best to move the camera as close as possible to Luigi's mouth, but cleverly, Nintendo has locked the camera as far away as possible, hindering my investigation. After clearing the demo and finishing the boss battle, it ended, and briefly, the camera cuts to a close-up of Luigi's mouth. I lean in to get a closer look, but right as I start to really peer in there, the game cuts to black. With the demo over, I finally get a chance to take in my surroundings. I look at all the different decorations. Gargoyles, psychics. It was clear Nintendo had tampered in dark-sided stuff. I glance up at the ceiling and notice huge signs hanging overhead depicting all 4 members of the core 3D World roster with large X's painted over their faces. Knowing what Nintendo has already done to Mario's hair and Luigi's mouth, I immediately began to worry. Is this a blatant display of power? Is this hit list Nintendo bragging about what they've done to Mario and Luigi? And are Toad and Peach their next targets? Before I have time to really contemplate that question, I hear a voice. A familiar voice, seemingly right next to me.
Hello? 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 Hello?
From the sound of his voice, I know he's close by, but where?
Hello, it's me, Luigi. Ho ho! Mamma mia! Welcome to Luigi's Mansion 3. It's a bit scary. I like those maybe for you. It's a bit scary.
I keep following the sound, and then, after turning a corner, I finally lay eyes on the target. Luigi. I realize that I have to think quickly. How can I get close enough to this Luigi to perform a full dental exam without arousing any suspicion? As I hang back to plan my attack, it becomes clear to me that Luigi is actually posing for photos with his fans. And that's when I put it together. This photo op would be my alibi. I patiently wait my turn, scheming, and then finally, I see my chance. I put on my best Nintendo fan voice, and I say,
Yeah, I just want a picture. Oh. Yeah, can you pose? Open up the mouth. Oh, yeah.
While pretending to take photos, I surreptitiously begin zooming in on Luigi's mouth hole.
Wow, great. Oh, he's scared.
I move closer and closer to that precious mouth, but Luigi begins ducking away and actually hiding from me, almost as though he's intentionally trying to keep me away from that mouth.
Poor guy. Look at him.
I can feel the opportunity slipping away from me, so I make a snap decision and actually drop to my knees beneath Luigi to get an even closer look at it. And this is what I saw.
Let's see what's going on. Oh.
Nothing. I've reviewed this footage hundreds of times, and each time I look, it's exactly the same. While we can see Luigi's top row of teeth and his tongue, the area where his teeth and gums are supposed to be was filled instead with the inside of his cheek and lip area. Luigi's entire bottom row of teeth was absent, nowhere to be found. I had failed. I leave Luigi's Mansion feeling utterly defeated. I'd come all this way to meet Luigi and investigate his gums in person. How could this have happened? Perhaps Luigi saw me coming. Perhaps me tweeting about his gums had tipped him off, and he'd hidden his lower row of teeth from me behind his bottom lip, rendering them truly invisible to the naked eye. Were it not for the promotional Luigi's Mansion 3 flashlight they handed me as I exited the booth, I'd be leaving completely empty-handed and no closer to getting to the
come on. Come on.
And it's right then, at my lowest point, slowly shuffling my way towards the exit of the E3 Convention Center, that I spot something. A life-sized statue of Luigi right outside of the Nintendo booth. And as I draw closer to this statue, I realize with excitement that this is no normal Luigi statue. This statue, against all odds, was a hyper-detailed depiction of Luigi's entire body, inside and out, right down to and including the mouth. And the centerpiece, the star of the show as far as I'm concerned, is this. A small gap, an opening in his mouth, begging for me to take a closer look. In other words, a gold mine. I gulp and take a look around, trying not to raise any suspicion from the booth attendants. And then, armed with nothing but my camera and the Luigi's Mansion 3 flashlight Nintendo had foolishly given me, it was time to dive in. I couldn't believe my eyes. That image I had been so troubled by was no mere illustration. It was a map. A treasure map to a real place that I had just wandered into. Of course, there's the teeth, eerie in their perfection and symmetry, and thick enough to grind human bone to dust. And crucially, there were the gums, now visible to us for the first time since that haunting render. But the closer I drew, the more I began to notice new things. Those seemingly perfect white teeth were actually flecked with dark imperfections that would be impossible to perceive on a low-resolution JPEG. The gums, now raised in 3D for the first time, were visibly inflamed, uncomfortably shiny, and exhibiting an even darker shade of red than ever before. But I needed proof. I needed something conclusive, something that would show definitively that Luigi's oral health was suffering from extreme neglect. As I moved in towards Luigi's mouth, I was overwhelmed by a feeling that I still, to this day, struggle to put into words. Some mixture of fear and awe consumed me as I marveled at the abomination that now filled my full range of vision. Experiencing this much of Luigi's mouth this close, completely unprotected, was almost too much to bear, and I could feel it beginning to rend my very psyche apart. But remembering my mission, to get a diagnosis once and for all on what was wrong with Luigi's mouth, I fought through it and pressed onward. All at once, I'm shocked out of my trance when I hear the voice of a Nintendo booth employee, clearly nervous at the goings-on, speak right behind me.
There's some good, yeah.
No. This could not be happening. This was exactly what I was worried about, raising suspicion. Nintendo
All right.
was onto me, and they knew I was getting close to the truth about Luigi's dental hygiene.
Wow.
I realized that I just have a few seconds left to find what I need. I move in, closer still, scouring every square inch of Luigi's mouth for something, anything that would serve as proof. Risking everything, I make one last gambit, and I stick my camera right in between Luigi's teeth. And that's when I see it. On the back of Luigi's gleaming white teeth, there it was, plain as day. Red stains. Dr. Saib's words echoed through my head.
When he brushes his teeth, it probably bleeds a little bit.
Blood. Crimson red Mario Brother blood. This was it. This was it. Proof. Undeniable proof that Luigi was suffering from gingivitis. In other words, Luigi has gum disease. We had our diagnosis. I quickly withdrew myself from Luigi's mouth. His frightened expression, previously explained by a fear of ghosts, took on a whole new meaning in this troubling dental context. Satisfied by a job well done, I quickly departed the E3 show floor, feeling like a very different man than the one who had entered. Now look, there's no denying that I left that day feeling victorious, like I had won, like I had gotten to the bottom of this. After all, I had just found irrefutable evidence that Luigi's mouth was demonstrably unhealthy. But what I didn't immediately realize was the impact this whole adventure had on me, psychologically. I couldn't get the experience out of my head. I was haunted by what I saw that day. I tried to sleep it off.
Jesus.
Luigi's mouth continued to torment me night after night, showing up in my dreams. The yawning, cavernous expanse swallowing me up every single night. So yes, while I'd found the info I was seeking, I had paid a steep psychological price, one that I still worry I may never recover from. I tried to tell myself that it was all worth it, that it was a necessary sacrifice to get to the bottom of this mystery about Mouth Luigi. But gradually, I realized a far scarier truth. Even knowing what I knew, even with my evidence that Luigi's mouth was bad, I was powerless to do anything about it. I tried reaching out to Nintendo, warning them to torpedo this image before it was too late, but I never heard back. And to make matters worse, instead of heeding my advice, Nintendo actually doubled down. Rather than bury this image like I hoped they would, Nintendo made the most dangerous and upsetting possible choice. They chose to make this image of Luigi, the very one we've been talking about, the cover art for the game. Now, it goes without saying that this was the doomsday scenario. Across the world, Nintendo's entire production pipeline had spun up overnight, and all at once, factories across the world began pumping out millions and millions of copies of this game, with Mouth Luigi plastered across the front of each and every one. Retailers across the globe were sent multi-foot-tall posters of Mouth Luigi to hang in their stores. In just a few short months, Nintendo had activated an enormous propaganda system designed, I believe, to expose the world to Mouth Luigi on a massive scale. But the most heart-rending realization of all was that I had become a part of this terrible system. I looked back at what I had done, talking about Luigi's Mouth to friends, family members, Uber
God
drivers,
damn it.
posting about it on the internet at every opportunity,
I can't unsee what I did.
Show Dr. Saeed, even creating the video you're watching right now. Slowly, I realized the truth. I had become complicit, even proactive, in the creation of Mouth Luigi propaganda. Without realizing it, I myself had turned into a walking, talking Mouth Luigi agitprop factory. All this energy, everything I had said and done to try to stop Mouth Luigi from coming to prominence, had backfired, serving instead to only magnify his power. I felt dizzy. Mentally, I transported myself back to a pivotal moment in time, the moment when, on the E3 show floor, I first laid eyes on the enormous, monolithic, 25-foot-tall Luigi Mouth towering over me, contorted into that powerful, awesome grimace. I gazed up at the enormous face. 2 years it had taken me to learn what kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark mustache. Oh, cruel, needless misunderstanding. Oh, stubborn, self-willed exile from Luigi's loving breast. 2 gin-scented tears trickled down the sides of my nose. But it was all right. Everything was all right. The struggle was finished. I had won the victory over myself. I loved Mouth Luigi. Alright, so the last time we dove into this, we covered a lot. We covered the incredible lost music hidden inside the McDonald's eCDP ROM. We covered the etymology of Donald McDonald. We even covered the existence of a second McDonald's training game known only as eSmart. But to be honest with you, what you saw last time was, if you'll forgive the expression, truly just the tip of the iceberg. Because that last video only covered the first 3 layers of the McDonald's training game iceberg. And buddy, there's a lot more to go. Now with that said, I do have a promise for you. I promise that once you reach the end of this video, you will understand every single piece of text on this iceberg. All of this will mean something to you. It will all make sense to you. You could explain it to someone if you had to. You'll get it after this. Alright? So, in the interest of time, let's dive right into layer 4 of the McDonald's training game iceberg, beginning with... Now, for those unfamiliar with the term, a TAS, or tool-assisted speedrun, describes a category of speedrun where an emulator is used to record inputs to create as perfect a run as possible, usually far beyond what a human being could ever hope to actually accomplish. Most commonly, you'll see TASes for popular games like the Super Mario Bros. Series, but hilariously, just 1 week after the McDonald's eCDP ROM was publicly released, a YouTube user named Norris Tasses uploaded the world's first tool-assisted speedrun of the McDonald's training game, running the entire thing in just 13 minutes and 11 seconds. Now this time, 13 minutes and 11.22 seconds is impressive. To this day, it's still far beyond anything that a human being has ever accomplished in this game, myself included. But earlier this month, a new speedrun appeared, a brand new task from a user named Wipeout Jack.
What have you sent me, Red? What is this? Oh, fuck off. Come on.
To this day, you can find Wipeout Jack in the eCDP Discord's task channel, continuing to shave frame after frame.
You know, god damn it. That just makes that hand look fucked up.
One of the most interesting things about the cartridge I received from Yahoo Auction Japan was that it still had data on it when I received it. When I first got the McDonald's game and registered myself as a crew member, there were already 2 employees registered. Wow. Oh my lord. What were their... Are these people's names? Those employees were named Miri and Kanai. And by
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix some of this. It's just
more about these two people. Miri,
it's
as it
late.
turns out, was 22 years old at her time of employ at this particular McDonald's Japan location. And
Also,
Kanai
get the
was 26.
fuck out of there.
Now, assuming they played the game in 2010 when this promotion first started, that would put them roughly in the ballpark of ages 32 and 36 today. Now, there's a lot we don't know about Miri and Kanai. Which McDonald's did they work at? Why did they both have 0 completions in the game cart? Did they even exist at all, or were they put there by a collector who got their hands on this rare cartridge before I did? It's tough to say. Maybe someday we'll succeed in finding the real Miri and the real Kanai, but for now, this mystery remains wide open. The 2 DSi theory. One of the outstanding mysteries that remains from my original video is the fact that my auction showed up with not 1, but 2 McDonald's branded DSi units. At the time, I was extremely confused. I was not expecting this shipment to come with 2 separate consoles, but in the time since that video, it seems we've actually figured out why that was the case. According to an article published by Japanese business newspaper Nikkei back in 2010, the plan with the McDonald's game was to send out, quote, about 2 DSs and the dedicated training software, eSmart, to every single store. It seems then that the shipment I received accounted for 1 store's entire supply. But which store was it? Trust me, we will get to that later. Silva Gunner collusion. Now, one of the funniest things to happen over this whole arc is this. The very same day, the very same night that I dumped the McDonald's eCDP ROM, the infamous video game music shitpost channel Silva Gunner released 2 high-quality rips from the McDonald's eCDP game. Listen to this one. Yep, you heard that right. That was the Flintstones theme into Snowhalation. 2 iconic Silva Gunner tracks merged with McDonald's eCDP. But what's most baffling about this is how quickly it happened. These videos weren't just uploaded the same night I released the ROM, they were released roughly 1 hour after I posted my video. And it actually gets crazier than that. See, my video was a premiere, and it was a whopping 49 minutes long. And I didn't upload the ROM until the minute the video was over. All this means that, as best I can tell, the total time that elapsed between me releasing the ROM and the Silva Gunner video being uploaded was, at most, 23 minutes. Incredible. Now, understandably, this 23-minute turnaround time has led a lot of people to wonder, was all of this planned in advance? Was I somehow in cahoots with the people behind Silva Gunner? The answer, believe it or not, is no. The brilliant minds behind Silva Gunner accomplished this entire thing from ideation to ripping the sound font to composing the remix to publishing it on their channel in under half an hour. And bravo. eSmart 2.0. So last time we confirmed the existence of a second McDonald's game called eSmart, which was designed to help veteran McDonald's employees brush up on their knowledge. But what if I told you there was another missing McDonald's game? It turns out that eCDP and eSmart were not the only 2 training games McDonald's manufactured as part of this promotion. There was also this, a game called eSmart 2.0, which appears to be a follow-up to the original software. This game, presented in this sort of unceremonious white box that, let's be real, pales in comparison to the original eSmart case, remains a pretty big question mark, honestly. There is a ton we don't know about this thing. First and foremost, what the actual differences between eSmart 1 and eSmart 2 even are. Weirder still is the fact that we haven't even come across one single image of the eSmart 1.0, or eSmart, cartridge, which has led some people to wonder whether such a thing even existed at all. All we know is this. If eSmart and eSmart 2.0 really were 2 separate pieces of software and 2 separate cartridges, that means we can officially up the count of lost McDonald's training games from 2 to 3. Big Mac IRL %. Big Mac IRL % refers to a video uploaded by eCDP community member I'm Purple in which somebody appears to attempt the world's first McDonald's eCDP speedrun in real life. Just watch. Now, at the risk of totally demystifying this video for you, the source footage actually comes from a pre-existing Gizmodo video about how Big Macs are made. However, if anybody watching this video right now happens to work at a McDonald's and could somehow find a way to attempt the IRL % speedrun for real without jeopardizing their job, I should say, well, all I can say is that I think I speak for all of us when I say I'd love to see that. Fry's dispenser strat. One of the greatest triumphs to occur in the world of ECDP speedrunning so far actually came about totally by accident. See, back on November 19th, a Spanish speedrunner by the name of HakuExe was streaming himself playing the McDonald's ECDP game on Twitch, and he inadvertently stumbled across something major. Haku was exploring the game, going through the settings, and just clicking on random things, and he wound up activating a setting that turned the French fry speedrunning scene completely on its head. See, while poking around in those menus, Haku had unknowingly turned on a feature in the store layout called the French fry dispenser. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's basically an enormous machine only found in select McDonald's locations that can automatically dispense frozen French fries directly into the basket, saving a ton of time for McDonald's crew members. And just like for those real-world employees, it turns out that the fry dispenser also saves a significant amount of time for anybody speedrunning fries training. So much time, in fact, that after discovering this strat, Haku briefly held the French fry training world record. And while inevitably the proliferation of Haku's forbidden knowledge about the French fry dispenser strat, among other speedrunners, led to his score being toppled almost immediately, Haku's contribution of this strat is still a historic moment in the world of McDonald's ECDP speedrunning, and it's one that I think is worth celebrating. No A on the cartridge. There's very little we actually know about the creation of the McDonald's eCrew development program, and among those vagaries is the exact degree of Nintendo's actual involvement in the game's development. Sources vary wildly on this. Some claim that the eCrew development program was developed in direct partnership with Nintendo, and on the other hand, we've dug up things like this quote from the 2010 McDonald's Japan shareholders meeting, where a shareholder asked about eSmart, and the director of McDonald's at the time simply describes the development as, quote, outsourced. With all that conflicting info, one of the best clues we have to go on actually comes from the text printed on the cartridge itself. Now, believe it or not, these serial number codes on the outside of cartridges can tell you quite a bit about the games themselves. Here's a fun fact. First-party Nintendo games always have a cartridge code beginning with the letter A. Now, not all cartridges with an A on them are Nintendo-developed software. There's a few exceptions. See this High School Musical game that has an A for some reason. But all Nintendo-developed software is an A cartridge. You following? It's like not all rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles. Does that make sense? The reason this matters is because the ECDP cartridge starts with the letter C, and the eSmart cartridge starts with a T, indicating that neither of these were first-party DS games.
Damn, we almost went for 6 hours? Holy shit. I mean, to be fair, I also did play video games tonight. But I clearly got to wrap up.
We can probably cross Nintendo themselves off the list. Store number 160700. Out of all the unexpected discoveries I stumbled across in my first playthrough of the ECDP game, this remains one of my favorites. When I first registered myself as a McDonald's crew member in the game, at the part where it asked me for my store ID, the game actually auto-filled a store number, 160700, with the implication being that this is the store number of the actual store where this copy of ECDP was used to train employees. Here's the tricky part though. As best we can tell, McDonald's Japan's store ID numbers are not 6 digits long. And for a while this stumped us, but then a user named Efist showed up in the Discord and found something interesting. A McDonald's located in Hokkaido, Japan, designated as store number 1607. This theory suggests that the manager of this McDonald's located in Hokkaido just typed in 2 extra zeros at the end of his store number when setting up his copy of the game for the first time. So this McDonald's location, the one that you're seeing photos of right now, this McDonald's, one of the northernmost McDonald's in all of Japan, could very well be the very same one that this cartridge and these two DSIs originated from. Salt.mods. In my first playthrough of the ECDP game, there was one enormous thing that I missed. It turns out this cartridge is absolutely packed with video. As soon as the ROM was released out into the world, people began picking it apart, and very quickly they made a discovery. This cartridge was loaded with video files. In my initial playthrough, I had mostly ignored the...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this. Later. More. because I'm actually like really tired and I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule.
Looking at the data on the cartridge as a whole, these 24 or so videos actually account for the vast majority of the storage on the cartridge. By themselves, they take up a whopping 83% of the game's storage. And while none of these videos have any sound at all, the game would just play its music on loop while you watch them, there was one video that was the exception. See, after extracting all the video files from the cartridge, hackers were shocked to discover that one video called salt.mods, a 2-second long standalone snippet from one of the Fry training videos, was bizarrely enough the only file on the cartridge containing any audio at all. Thus far, nobody can figure out why this is the case. Was this an oversight? Was it intentional? Was it a test of some kind? Either way, the audio found in salt.mods has extreme historical significance, especially when you consider that the corresponding video you can find in the SOC guide has no audio whatsoever. So, without further ado, here's what you've all been waiting for. For the first time ever, salt.mods with the long-lost audio included. Enjoy. Hell yeah. Alright, we're about to enter one of my favorite layers, the one that contains Dirty Teriyaki and the McDonald's eCDP fanfiction. But before we get into that, we need to take a quick word from our sponsor, ExpressVPN. So by now you've probably heard me and everyone else on YouTube talk about just how much of Netflix's content library is region-locked to countries outside the United States. So for
Sorry, Nick. No ad read for you. I did not save once during this whole interaction. This video could have taken a dark turn. But I actually think it might be over too much this way, but I don't know. Fix tomorrow. Not right now. Very tired because I have to I have to fix a lot on this page. There's a lot that needs to be adjusted. This was definitely not one of our stronger pages, unfortunately.
What's wrong with you?
But we're done with another page. Let's see. How we doing? We're doing okay, I suppose. We could be doing a lot better, I think. All things considered. I think if things keep up, at the very least, I will be lucky enough to have... I'll be lucky enough to have, at least all of the regular shit done. And, then we can worry about the problem children in May. But, yeah. I think the next page I'm going to work on is probably 9 and 10 just to get them out of the way. But we're getting there. We're getting there. It's happening. But anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I'm very tired. Thank you. Have a good night.